last one, you can customize your Spring Boot applications. Customize Spring Boot application. How to customize your Spring Boot application? Go to here. So if you start your Spring Boot application, you got this banner, right? You got this banner, right? I don't want this banner. Your predefined property is there. Spring dot mode dot banner. Spring dot banner dot you. There is a concept how to rename. You can rename your own team. Spring dot banner. Spring application dot banner. No, here is not there. You can use your own way how to overcome, how to do. You can go to your documentation team. It is a predefined properties, application properties. Spring has provided list of properties. Banner, not char set, not height, not weight. Banner image file location. Banner image file location is okay. Banner char set. Spring dot main dot banner mode. Spring dot main dot banner mode. See, you want off, you can off. Now here see, run as Spring Boot application. Array, what happened with this? Run as, we install again. Run as. See, have you seen any banner team here? No. Okay, right? Oh, okay, you are following team. Yeah. No. Okay, next one. Okay, next one team. How to customize your application? These applications are predefined. How to do? If you go your source code, spring application dot run. If you go your source code, okay, run method, go to this run, go to this run. Here if you observe here, there is a print banner. Go for this print banner. Here see, banner mode is equal to log, off is equal to null. The file name also it should be same, banner dot. It is a banner mode. Off means nothing. Banner mode log. Okay, it will print the in logs. If it is a cache out means it will be console. If non-log, non-off means it will be console. Understood team? See this file name also it is okay. It is expecting banner only. How to override? Can I override my own? Yes, you can. You can override your own. It is console. Now it will come. If not come, you should install again. It should come. Okay. Now start. Run as. That's it, team. See, I don't want Spring banner. I want my own banner file. Banner dot txt. Go to Google. Spring banner generator. I want to give banner name is Technologies. Copy this whole banner. Paste into here. I don't want been installed. Now go to here. See, got it or not? Sir, got it, sir. Depends upon the requirement. You should all these things happen. Team. Is it okay, team? Everyone? Shall we close this Spring Core team? Is it okay, team? Okay, everyone? Yeah. Okay, team. Now, very important. Spring Core is okay now. Okay, MVC. First, we'll discuss team. What is MVC? What is the architecture of a MVC? Quickly, some 5 6 okay examples we are okay, discussing about MVC, so that you will be idea about MVC. Then we can start how the beautiful with MVC of the Spring Boot team. So first one team using MVC. Using MVC, we can develop. Using MVC, we can develop web application and okay distributed based applications team. Now please concentrate now. First one team. First we'll go for web application. Web application means what? MVC. Where M is where okay, M stands for model and V stands for view. C stands for controller T. Okay. Now good. Now we'll see practicality. How this MVC architecture? How this MVC architecture? Now it is what happened here. It is a controller. It is a view team. Whenever request will come to your dispatcher and servlet, your request will go to whom? Your controller. See, your request will go to whom? Your controller. Controller will return the model and view. Send the request to view resolver. View resolver will provide the your view name. Display the view name on the page team. Hope everyone knows this concept. Everyone knows this concept. Okay. First thing in our project requirement, first whenever request will come, this should be configured inside of your app.xml. This should be configured inside of your okay, app.xml team. Why? Your app.xml only will created the dispatcher. Your servlet only will created the dispatcher's servlet object. Your dispatcher's servlet will send a request to who? Controller. Controller will have first it will go to handler mapping. Simple, I will explain so that you guys can understand. I want okay, everyone should understand. That's why how to write the simple controller. Let's assume that at the rate controller public class order controller or product controller team. I am giving okay brush up before we going to Spring Boot. Now here we have a at the rate request mapping. Here we have at the rate request mapping slash get products or whatever it public string get string product details or whatever it. Okay team. Now here see. Now here is what happened. Here like this I have 2 3 methods. Products, create method, update methods, all I have 2 3. Okay. Now here you have a model object or whatever it model object. Okay. Now please okay, try to okay, understanding. Here we have a okay request handler. So here is a request handler means this one thing. Here you will be return either success or return failure or okay or success or whatever it is. Okay, try to understand. See here. Now what happened? Now what happened? Whenever request will come, handler mapping. Handler mapping means okay, this one thing. Request mapping. Based on this request mapping, it will decide which controller, which method it should be executed. Let's see here slash product or it may be a slash product details. Okay, something URI. It will go to either here or it will go to either here. Okay, are you clear now? Now let's see. So done. So what we should do? You need to write one web.xml. I will show you an example. Okay, and web.xml. Inside of the web.xml, number one, configure dispatcher servlet. Configure dispatcher servlet. Number two, number two, number two team. Configure here, write okay, web.xml. Here okay, web.xml done. Okay, number two, your dispatcher servlet.xml. Why it is used to activate a it is used to activate handler mapping. It is used to activate this handler mapping and also controller. It is used to activate the handler mapping and controller team. All controller classes done. Okay. Now third step, right? Controller classes, comma and service DAO whatever you want you should give all done. Now what happens? See, I will show you two three examples on MVC. First example is using a XML configuration, how your MVC will work. Second example means using Java configuration of how it works. Third example means some forms, how to MVC forms. Then I will go to Spring Boot. You will see how much advantage with the Spring Boot you will see. Team, I am using Spring MVC. I am using existing examples team. Sorry. Spring MVC I am using existing no options team, but Spring Boot we will write manually team. Spring Boot we will write manually team. Because Spring MVC you cannot type all the team. Import See team, first example of MVC. MVC, I have one simple control team. One simple control. See, I am passing request. Hello dynamic. Always okay, remember this diagram. Whenever request will come, handler mapping. He'll route the request to here. Here. Here what happened? Your controller will return model and view. It is model and view. Give this model view resolver. View resolver. Here is your view resolver team. Your configuration. Here is your view resolver means your configuration. View resolver, internal view resolver. Prefix is equal to slash webinf slash. Suffix is equal to dot JSPT. See, prefix slash webinf. Here your file is there. Suffix dot JS means whatever your view name is given by your controller, how that view name is there, that view name is equal to slash webinf slash hello world, it is a prefix slash JSPT. By here okay, suffix is a JSPT. Understood? Please okay, try to understand him. During your application startup, how many at the rate request mappings are there? All at the rate request mappings, it will be placed into one table. That table will be taken care by handler mapping. Handler mapping team. Okay, now clear. Now let's see. Start the game now. See, whenever you deploy the application, okay, end user will try to hit slash URL dispatcher flow will go here org spring framework web dot servlet dot dispatcher servlet. Understood? Servlet dot dispatcher servlet. See, always I'm giving a high level. Always you got the dispatcher servlet object. Who has created this dispatcher? Your servlet container has the responsible to created the inside of the servlet container. I got the dispatcher servlet object. Inside of the servlet container, I got the dispatcher servlet. Now please try to understand here. This okay, whenever you called slash hello dynamic. So inside of the dispatcher servlet, init method is there. This has the responsibility to create the your spring container, to create the spring container, to create the spring container. What is there in the spring container? You have a handler mapping, you have a controller, you have a view resolver. View okay resolver. So your dispatcher servlet will create object, will create container. Here during your application startup, you have handler mapping, you have controllers. How many? If it is one or two or three, how many controllers we have? All. You have view resolver, internal view resolver, IVR. So whenever request will come, your dispatcher will talk to, first will talk to whom? your handler mapping. Handler mapping, what it returns team? Handler mapper will returns. Mapper will returns controller name. So your dispatcher will give to whom? This controller. Controller, what it will give? Logical name. Okay, it will return model and view. Please try to understand everything. I can directly start my Spring Boot, but before start, I want to give some basics. This again, okay, dispatcher will give to this model and view to whom? Okay, internal view resolver. Internal and view resolver, what it will give? Location of your your file name. Location of file location. Understood? This will be displayed on the UI. Understood team? Now, same, you need to create first what you want. See, in your okay, app.xml dispatcher servlet you want to create. Please try to understand. So inside of the here you need to enable at the rate annotation driven. It will be enabled all the annotations like at the rate request mapping, at the rate controller, all this it will taken care by whom? At the rate annotation driven. At the rate component scan will take care what? To scan all the component classes. It is also one of the component only. At the rate controller means it is one of the component only. It will take care all the annotations. Now next one. After that what happened? It will create a that what happened? It will do. Okay or not? What I should do? Run as MVN installed. I will deploy the application into where? Tomcat. My external Tomcat. See, I would deploy application. 2 3 examples I will show you here. Then we'll go to our stuff. Go to my softwares, Apache Tomcat, web apps. I'm deploying into here. Now here. Go for your win, cmd, startup.batch. Start your application. Good. Go for here. What is your port 2021? HTTP colon localhost 2021 slash slash no, I'm giving this one thing, giving slash http colon localhost 2021 slash. Is there an error here? No error. 1 second. I don't want access from here. It's not a REST API. Manager app. Cat. Go to my first example. From here, I should use this path. Yeah. By default, which page will be loaded? You are clearly informed here. By default, view name is static page will be loaded. By default, view name is static page. Default servlet handler would be called if you give slash URL. If any static content is there, load all the static content like images and all. So it is a basic Spring application. So this is there. That's why here view name will okay displayed automatically here. Open with text editor. It is your view name. It is like a dynamic page. Open with the text editor. We are expecting some image src image. We have logo is okay Srinutech logo. Okay. Let's see team. I want dynamic. See hello world Srinutech. Got it or not team? Team okay everyone got it? Okay, everyone team. It is a simple basic okay Spring application team. Basic okay Spring application team. Yeah. Now the interesting is here team. Now I want to move. Okay. Web.xml is there. I want to move my XML to Java config. I want to replace this dispatcher servlet XML with Java config. Web.xml as it is, it would be there. Next example, replace your XML with Java config. How to do? Please concentrate. If you go for SRC, main ABAP, FINF, there is no dispatcher servlet-xml configuration. MVC configuration. Second example, MVC adapters. MVC config adapter. Web MVC config adapter. This is replacement with your dispatcher. See, hope here I am at the rate enable MVC. Means this annotation will take care to load all the required at the rate controller at the rate request mapping. All the annotations will be initialized by this annotation. All the annotations will be initialized by this. Understood team? Once it is done, once it is done, now what happened team? I am declaring as a at the rate bean. I am declaring as a add view controller. I am declaring as this by default static page if you want load everything. I replace my okay, XML with my Java config. No problem. Your output should work team. Here you have a okay, web.xml. You are providing here. See dispatcher servlet. Hey annotation config web application context. This com.st.mvc.config.mvc MVC config I am giving here. In previous example, by default, always your dispatcher servlet will looks for your servlet name. Okay, looks for servlet name hyphen servlet.xml. Here servlet name is okay dispatcher. Here always okay looks for dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml file. So that, but how my second example, how my okay xml knows location of, how my okay xml knows location of MVC I am providing here. No difference. First dispatcher servlet object will be created. First dispatcher and servlet object will be created. Next what happened, Next what happened, Please try to understand. Next, it will try to inject this one thing. It will try to inject this. Flow is same, but replacing your XML config with Java config. Let me team. I will show you this example. Oh my God, one second, my battery down. Okay, team. Now let's see how to deploy application. Copy. Go your container. ABAP. I don't want this now. Paste into my application. Boot starter. Spring Boot starter. Now got it in. Now we'll see. Now we'll see. Now go to here. Manager app. Go to here. How your controller. Same style, sir. Just I am removing my XML with Java config. Got it. Okay. Now, third one is very important today. I am replacing both XML and Java config. No XML files. How to replace? Hello world. Now, now here see hello world. Now you see here. This one at the rate configuration, at the rate enabled, at the rate component scan. This one but how to replace your web.xml? Application initializer extends annotation config dispatcher servlet. This class will take care to create the dispatcher servlet object. I need to supply where is my configuration to the dispatcher servlet. I am supplying. Here is my configuration. I am supplying to dispatcher servlet. Spring MVC application without app.xml, without dispatcher servlet config XML. Your application initializer will take care. It is replacement of your app.xml. It always should be extends with your abstract annotation config dispatcher servlet initializer. This class will take care. It will use internally servlet container. It will use internally servlet. See, okay, web application initializer. It is what? Spring servlet initializer. It will created the your servlet will created the dispatcher servlet object. Once that object will be created, dispatcher servlet will take care of to create the spring ioc container. Inside of this spring ioc container, you have a handler mapping, you have a controller, you have a internal view resolver. Everything is available here. Team, understand team? Okay, everyone, are you clear or not? Everyone team, please. So now we'll go for our Spring Boot team. Now we'll go for our Spring Boot team. Our goal is, see, if in Spring MVC developer has to write configurations as the responsible to developer has the responsible to write configurations manually and deploy application. A configurations means either using XML or using Java config. See, two are there. If it is XML, if it is XML, you should write. If it is XML, if it is XML, sorry, if it is XML, we should write. Please try to understand. If it is XML, if it is XML, we should write web.xml and we should write dispatcher servlet.xml. If it is Java config, we should write We should write application okay, initializer class and a class okay, extends with abstract and MVC config. You should write a class extends with and next one MVC config extends with MVC config extends with MVC adapter. MVC adapter team and we deploy the application manually. Deploy the application manually team. These are all you will use. Okay, now in Spring Boot, please try to understand in Spring Boot. No XML, no configuration. Doesn't matter either XML or Java config. No XML, no configuration. That means no XML and no Java configurations. No XML, no configuration means no no XML, no Java configuration. No XML, no Java configurations team. Next one. No need to deploy application into server team. No need to deploy application into server. Now here see. Please try to understand. Now I am using my Spring Tool Shoot IDE. How to develop my first application team. Very very important. Very very important. Please be alert. How to develop my first application team. Application team with okay, MVC team. Okay, first application with okay, MVC. Okay, that's it. I am developing Spring Boot web application. File, new, Spring Boot starter, Spring Boot web web demo. Please try to understand Spring Boot web demo. Now, web demo. Step number one. Spring Boot web demo here. Okay, that's fine. Click on next. What dependencies you want? I want web. Spring Web. I don't need reactive all. I need only Spring Web. Click on next. Click on finish. Here what dependency is there team? You have web dependency or not? You have web dependency or not? No. You have application dot properties file. Now here see. You have this one. Please try to understand here. You don't need to write anything. Only what you will write here, you know. Only what you will write here, you know. You don't need to write anything team. Spring dot. You will write some configurations. Whatever you have this WebINF, you need to write some small configurations. See, src main, src main. It is here WebINF If it is not there, what is your package? That's fine. If you are not specifying default packaging goes jar only, but here write src main web app, new folder, web app, web app. Under web app, there is a folder is called web.inf. Under web app, generally what are the folders will be there? CSS. What are the folders will be there? It is okay. Web application means images, JS, okay, by NF. If any okay, JavaScripts are there, what happened? JS. Okay, next one is under web app, we would have web by NF. Okay, so now see, and just to team, instead of writing what are the JSPs are available here, src main web app. I'm just copying these two JSPs. Copy by NF. You should create one more JSP folder. JSP team. It's good. And one more thing is okay, images. You should copy image. You should copy image team. See now? Done. Now here see what you should write in our application properties file. You don't need to write anything. String dot mbc dot view dot prefix slash web.inf slash JSP. String dot mbc dot view dot suffix dot JSP. That's it. Write one property name, some property something. Spring Boot to load the properties file. That's it. Now write one simple controller team. Don't write any big. Write one simple controller. Always your class should be under a sub package of this one only. Why? At the rate component scan, always it will read the root package. You can't give the package name is like different. If you give package name is like different, no problem. You can write here at the rate component scan. You can provide that package name also here. New new class, new class, simple hello world com dot strenotech dot controller. Click on next. Here at the rate controller. Here at the rate. First one is at the rate controller. The next one is at the rate request mapping. At the rate get mapping. We have so many annotations are there. Get mapping slash hello world slash hello world. Public string hello world model public string hello world model model dot add attribute string. Attribute name is equal to name. Attribute value is equal to just is a one simple Spring Boot application. Is a one simple Spring Boot application. Return what we should return. Hello world dynamic is the view name. I mean model and view name. Done. If you want any properties values, how to read the values from the properties file at the rate value. Very important topics we are going to discuss team now. Please concentrate at the rate value dollar question mark. How to read the values from the properties file custom dot properties. Await string verify. Now go ahead here. Here you should go. Hello world read the values from the properties file. Properties file. Read the values from the properties file. Where? Here wherever where is there, here you should go for where file thing. Okay, that's it. Here always if you access this, always Spring Boot will come, or if you access this, always okay, Sino technologies will come. Whereas if you add this, always you will get whatever value you will pass, okay, that value will come. That's it. Your Spring MVC has gone. Go to this hello world. You have a name how to print here. Static, you have a name, that's it. Done. Your Spring application is okay, development is done. Let's see. Please try to understand. Whenever I run the application, so using Spring MVC, see in Spring Boot, please concentrate in Spring Boot. Just Spring Boot, just write controller and add one property, add one property, add okay, add which property, add one property, add MVC view properties, add MVC view properties in application dot. Now see here, first I will run the output, then I will show you everything. Spring Boot app CC 8080 already 8080 in my application it is running. I told right it will use internal look embedded server. How to override my how to customize my embedded server properties means port is equal to 2022. Okay, I will explain okay, everything. Run as Spring Boot application. Run as okay, Spring Boot application. Now here see, if you read all this one once for me, please. There is a big story. Next 1 hour we are going to talk about. Okay, initialized embedded. Okay, initialized embedded. See, starting service Tomcat. Starting service Tomcat. Okay, team. Okay, next one. Okay, starting service Tomcat. Next one is what? Okay, next one is okay, initializing Spring embedded. Okay, web application context. Your Tomcat has started. Your Tomcat has started. How to access this application? How to access this application? Simple. I'm going to my web app, localhost 2022 slash, you will go to here slash hello world slash, if you are not giving anything, Sino technology is welcome. If you give anything, that name will come, or if you give anything, the value will be coming from properties file. What is properties file? Spring Boot custom property will come. Okay, I don't give anything. Slash is happening. Go for your controller slash hello world. It will return hello dynamic. It will return hello dynamic. See, oh, slash is not there team here. We are missing slash. Where we are missing slash? If you see slash binf slash JSP in your properties file, slash is missing. Okay, now here see. Again we should stop. Again I am starting team. Again we should stop. Again I am starting team. Very important team. What we are trying to see now, how the embedded server will be loaded, how it is works internally. Very important team. Please okay, try to understand here. Please okay, try to understand here. Okay, now see team. Now I am started my Spring Boot application. Okay team, now see, now if you go here slash hello world dot JSP only is coming, but to render the JSP, we need to add one dependency. That dependency is called Tomcat embedded Jasper team. By default, Spring Boot does not support this JSPs. To add this one, you should require a dependency. Inside of the dependency, you have to add group ID. Group ID is equal to org apache dot tomcat dot embedded team. Next one, artifact id. Artifact id is equal to tomcat hyphen embed jasper team. Embed jasper team. One second. Run as mvn installed. Let's see. Org apache tomcat hyphen embed hyphen jasper team. Tomcat hyphen embed hyphen jasper team. Okay, now we'll see. Now we'll see. Now I would start again. Run as Spring Boot application. It says this port number 2022 is already up and running. Stop this one. Go to here. Understood team? Now it has started. Now if you, so now you got the output. Okay, here, okay, image will not come. Sometimes this browser will not be coming as this image. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now are we clear team now? Now are we clear team? Now here see. See now billion dollars question is $1 billion a very very important team. See practically we are going to write. Now here question is, if you will give slash hello world slash Renu, not this one. You should give my first controller default will come. Second one is slash hello world slash prop. It will read the values from the properties file. But here, how Spring is going to provide all this stuff team? Here is important one team. How Spring Boot will create the dispatcher servlet object, comma, request mapping, handler mapping object, comma, view resolver object, and so on. Controller object, like everything. Answer is answer is all these classes are framework classes or our user defined classes. All are framework classes team. If all are framework classes, now here all these objects will be created with the help of at the rate enabled auto configuration annotation. First one, how how auto configuration work in Spring Boot. Spring Boot. My answer is no. Auto configuration is implemented with auto configuration is implemented with at the rate configuration class. C team. Okay, next one. First one. At the rate conditional triple X annotations are used to constraints when auto configuration should apply it. Point number two. Usually auto configuration classes uses 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 at the rate conditional triple X annotations. What is at the rate conditional annotations? See now, what is at the rate conditional annotations team? First I will go here. What is at the rate conditional annotations? Very very important team. If you understand this, okay, you will understand auto configuration easily. I have class A team and I have class B. Please try to understand. I have class A and I have class B. Now my class A is okay depending on my class B is okay depending on class A. Okay, now I want to create how to create B object. How to create A object here. How to create A object? See, how to create A object. Now what I will do? Rate configuration at the rate public class string config. See at the rate bean, at the rate bean public a go to here a return new a. When you should create my a class object means whenever your never at the rate conditional on class com dot city dot. Don't create blindly my a object. Please don't create blindly my a object. No, first you should verify my a object is present in the class path or not. Checks b object is present in class path. B object present in class path. If the B object is present in the class path, then only, if the B object is present in the class path, then only created the A object. Is it make sense, team? Please try to understand, team. If the B object is present in the class path, then only you will create a team. See, that means there are so many there are so many okay so many of use cases are there, team. So many of use cases means I will write a few of the okay use cases. If you want, if if you want if you want registered a bean, when you want a registered, first one, a specific class present in class path. Second one, specific type of bean does not registered in application context. 3. A specific file exists on location. 4. A specific property value is configured in a configuration file. Last one. A specific system property is present or absent. To overcome these problems, so many conditional annotations are there in the market team. So many conditional annotations are there in the market team. That means class level conditions. That means rate conditional on class. If the class is present in the class path, then only you should create the object. 2. At the rate conditional missing bean. 2. Bean conditions. Bean conditions. 1 A. No. 3 team. At the rate conditional bean. 4. At the rate conditional on missing bean. Conditional on missing class. Conditional on missing bean. See means if the bean is not present in your container, then only you should create. If bean is present, then only, and means if B is present, use case is if the B is, okay, example team. Example. If B is present in class path, then only create. Here next one is if B is if A is not present in the class path. It depends upon the requirement. Here conditional bean. If B is present in container. Here if A is not present in container. If already A is there, why I should create bean? Why all these beans are created? I would explain the region team, conditions team. What is the property based conditions at the rate? Conditional on property. Next one team. Fourth one. Resource conditions. Why I should go here? Sixth one. At the rate. Conditional on resource. Fifth one. Web application conditions. Seventh annotation. At the rate. Conditional web application. At the rate. Conditional web application. See, on SON team, all these are at the rate any expressions. If you go your Spring documentation, you can see so many conditional annotations too. Hey, what is the use of all these conditions here? See, now we'll start here. What is the use of all these conditions team? Now we'll start team. Actual game will start now. Where is all the auto configuration classes? What is the location of all the auto configuration classes? Manifesto.factory. Good. But where is that one? Which jar it is there? Which jar it is there? Now see, sir. Go for here. Spring Boot auto configure jar, sir. In this jar, you have a Spring Boot. In this jar, you have a meta NF. Here, Spring dot factories. Spring Boot auto configure jar. There is a in this jar there is a folder is called meta NF. In this folder you have a file. What is the file name, sir? Spring dot factories. Okay, now open this file name. How many classes are there? In this file name, how many classes are there? We have 185. How many auto configure classes? Auto configure import filters, auto configure. See, by default, why I should create all these beans? See, 1 second. If you see here, is my project is using Redis cache? Is my project is using CouchDB? Is my project is using MongoDB? Is my project is using Redis cache? Is my project is using JMS? If my project is not using all the auto configuration classes, why I should unnecessarily will use? That's why how this source code is there. How the source code is there. See, there are 150 plus auto configure classes in Spring Factories classes in Spring Factories file. But my project I will use only 4 or 5. Then why we should load 4 or 5. Then why we should load all the auto configure classes. We don't need all these okay classes. We don't need all the okay classes. Why we should load all the auto configure classes star? Sir, please try to understand here. Now here see. Okay, next one. See, in my project, what are the classes are present in my class path and present in my bean in my container, their classes only create the beans. That is, this can be possible with the help of the rate conditional XXX rate conditional XX annotations. Understood, team? Now here see. Go to your dispatcher servlet. You have any auto configure class is available or not? Dispatcher dispatcher servlet auto configuration. It will verify is this class is present. If you open this source code, Control Shift T, it will verify. See, is this dispatcher servlet is available in your class path? You have to check if it is available or not. Is this conditional on web application? Is this servlet only? Understood, sir? If this class is not available in the class path, how can I will try to create the object? If the class is not available in the class path, how can I will try to create this object? That's why dispatcher servlet auto configuration class has the responsible to create the object of the dispatcher servlet. To create the object of the dispatcher servlet. It will verify the class is present in the class path. If it is available, servlet constructor, it will take care of to create the dispatcher servlet, and dispatcher servlet is required for your MVC configuration. That configuration, it will be available somewhere. It will take care during your application startup. During your application startup only, dispatcher servlet class as the responsible to create the one of the dispatcher servlet configure class will take care to create the dispatcher servlet object. You don't need to write any configuration. What is this class? Dispatcher servlet auto configuration class is taking care of creating the dispatcher servlet object. So once this dispatcher servlet will take care, now it will take care to it will take care to identify all the controllers and all. It will take care to identify the all the controllers and all. That is okay. Okay, understood, sir. Now done. So that's why you don't need to write anything here. Okay. Now here see. Okay, next one, sir. See. So what is here? Okay, next one. See. Now people are asking, hey, don't you need your web.xml in your Spring Boot application? Don't you need your web.xml in your Spring Boot application? No. If it is now here, how your server will now how your Spring Boot knows how your Spring Boot knows the How your Spring Boot knows the embedded server. Now here see, oh not this one. Why I am coming to here? How Spring Boot knows the embedded server. Okay, next one, sir. See, one of the class is one of the class is embedded Tomcat. If you see one of the embedded web server factory, one of the class is called embedded is there. What is that embedded? Let's see. Embedded Tomcat weapon. Embedded Tomcat is there. Embedded Tomcat it should be there. Here embedded web application context is mandatory here. Embedded web application. Why it is not there? Go to here. Embedded web application context. Web application. Happened why it is not there? It should be there, team. During your application startup, embedded web server factory customization. Control Shift T. This class will take care. See, this class will take care to create Tomcat. See now here we have team. See how many embedded servers are there. First we should know how many embedded server. What is embedded server team? Embedded server means server of inside the application. Server of inside the application. Server of inside the application is called embedded server team. So in Spring Boot there are four embedded servers are there in Spring Boot. In Spring Boot, there are four embedded servers are there. Team. In Spring Boot, there are there are four embedded servers. One is Tomcat, other one is Jetty, other one is Undertow, other one is it's just something like that. Either netty or something team, something like that, either netty or something team. We have different embedded servers are there in Spring Boot team. Different embedded servers are there team. Okay, understood team. Fourth one I think netty. Okay, netty is there team. Fourth one. Okay, so by default here it will be a Tomcat server team. By default it is Tomcat server only team. Why default Tomcat server and all? Look, I will show you team. By default it is Tomcat server. I told right. Fourth one is netty. It is only used for reactive applications team. It is only used for reactive applications. Here default embedded server is default embedded server is Tomcat. Default embedded server is Tomcat team. Default embedded server is Tomcat team. Okay. So if you want, we can we can override default behavior. we can override default behavior. We can override default behavior team. Hey, please try to understand here. You can override default behavior team. Okay, how to override? All okay, I will show you practically. So we don't need we don't need we don't add need to add any additional any additional dependency any additional dependency, okay, any additional dependency. So it will come along with Spring Boot starter web. It will come along with Spring Boot starter web team, along with Spring Boot starter web team. So how this, okay, internally it will be created during your application startup only. During your application startup only, see, this is the auto configuration class. This auto configuration class, it is taking care of create the Tomcat Observer Factory configuration team. If it is Jetty means you should get Jetty also will be their team. So embedded observer factory is taking care of to create the Tomcat, to create the Jetty, to create the Undertow, to create the Netty. Please try to understand. As of now in my class path, what is there? It will verify. In your class path you have server is there? No, it won't create. In your class path you have undertow is there? No, it won't create. Why? Go for your pom.xml. I have added only Spring Boot starter web. Click here dependency hierarchy. Spring Boot starter web has the responsibility to bring the embedded server also, to bring the Spring Boot starter Tomcat also. Understood, team? Spring Boot starter web as the responsible to bring the embedded Tomcat. See, Spring Boot starter Tomcat. Spring Boot starter Tomcat is nothing but embedded Tomcat. See, I can see whole jars. I can see Tomcat. Have you seen hole anywhere jetty? No. Have you seen, okay, anywhere undertow? No. Have you seen anywhere netty? No. Please try to understand. Internals, see, all these are internals. We are using these, okay, internals here only. How the other Spring Boot application will work. How the Spring application will run work. How the auto configuration, okay, internally will work. Embedded server internal details. We have seen custom properties file and YAML file. How then customize your embedded server, I will show you, team. So this embedded, it is the this next question. So embedded is 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 responsible to create the embedded server, created the embedded server based on the, embedded server present in the class path. Understand, sir? If the Tomcat is present in the class path, this class will be executed. It is a inner static class. This method will be executed. Go to here. Here what happened? It is which properties file? Your application data properties file it is. Environment, which environment it is? Somewhere you should create a Tomcat. Tomcat is equal to new Tomcat. Go to this here, customize inside of the Tomcat. How to created the Tomcat? Tomcat is equal to new Tomcat. Tomcat embedded servlet container start. Tomcat servlet. Somewhere there is a class to create. Okay? If the class, if the okay Tomcat class is present, Tomcat server factory customizer will take care to create the Tomcat object. Will take care to create the Tomcat object when if this class is present in the class path. If this class is present in the class path, it is executing this constructor. See here, server properties dot tomcat is equal to get tomcat. You got the tomcat object. Once you got the tomcat object, read the properties from the tomcat object. This whole code is responsible to create the tomcat object. Once tomcat object will get, your application will be deployed into your tomcat object. Your application will be deployed into your tomcat object. Your tomcat server team here. Okay, eighth point. See what is the eighth point here. So in Spring Boot, main method is the entry point. If we use embedded server, then no need packaging as where. No need packaging as where. It should be jar only. It should be jar only. It should be jar only. Here, no. String application dot run method will will start the application. Will start the application. Will start the application. You know, and, and creates the and okay initialize okay creates the Tomcat object. Okay, and okay initialize the Tomcat object. Initialize the Tomcat. Then deploy the application. Deploy the application into Tomcat server. All Tomcat server configuration should be keep in application dot should be keep in application dot properties file. Did you understand, team? Now, how to customize from my Tomcat to customize from my Tomcat to embedded Jetty. Okay, how to do? So how to override default behavior, team? I don't want Tomcat. I want Jetty. Go to here. Go to here. Exclude. Exclude. Exclusions. Exclusions. Exclude. Exclusion. What you want to exclude? Group ID, artifact ID. Okay, group ID means effective. Go for dependency. Tomcat. Here is that one. Spring Boot hyphen starter hyphen Tomcat is the artifact ID. Group ID, artifact ID, Spring Boot hyphen starter hyphen Tomcat. Okay. What is the group ID? org dot spring framework dot boot. Let's see. So we are okay, excluding this Tomcat. If you are excluding Tomcat, what will be happen? Now we'll see. It is a jar file now. You no need to see jar file. Spring Boot app. Embedded web server started with 20. If I exclude how it came, exclusion. I did exclude, right? Embedded Jasper, embedded core, embedded JSP. Let's see. Embedded, 1 second. Run as MVN installed after exclude. Run as Spring Boot application. See, nothing will happen. No active profiles. If the jar is not found, what happened? Standalone container would be created. Standalone container would be created. Now I want add Jetty. I want to override my default Spring Boot for what? Jetty. How to add? How to add? Add the dependency. Dependency group ID org dot spring framework dot boot artifact ID spring dot boot dot hyphen starter hyphen Jetty. Let's see. Now we can run as I'm stopping again. I'm stopping all. Now run as MVN installed. Now I will start. Now you will see in logs. It will go as a now in C log. It will go as a Jetty. Okay, instead of Tomcat, it will take as a okay, Jetty. It will download the Jetty dependency. Now we'll see. Now we'll see. Run as Spring Boot application. Understood, team. Now if you see in our flow, if you see in our flow, Jetty embedded servlet would be created. Jetty embedded servlet will be created. Understand team? Jetty embedded servlet. Okay, embedded. Okay, server has any questions team here? How to override default? How to override default one thing? So, okay, is it clear or not? So, how did you we okay default this one? Okay, instead of we'll do default one, how we did it? Okay, okay, next one team. So, how to see by default using here Spring Dot. If you want to change your port number, you can change. It's not a problem. See, I'm stopping. It is not a predefined one. It is not a user defined one. It is a predefined one. Application dot properties file will have so many predefined. One of the predefined properties is called server dot port. Depends upon the requirement. You should use all predefined one. See Spring dot MVC. See you can give MVC dot MVC dot. Here we have some view prefix. Okay, something view. You can write all. Okay, now you can use with the help of okay you can use with the help of one simple application we did using this team. What can we do? You can use this one with the help of okay either okay you can use this either you can use predefined properties or you can use user defined properties team. It's all up to your wish team. So using you don't need to prepare anything team using web applications. You don't need to write any dev.xml any configurations. Everything will be taken care by your Spring Boot during your application startup only. Your Tomcat object, your Tomcat container will be created. Your Spring application dot run method will start the application and okay, initialize the Tomcat when then okay deploy the application into Tomcat server team. All Tomcat server configurations should be keep in application dot properties file. Okay, 11th one. Okay, next question team. How to override default embedded server and add add other embedded servers. Or how to remove default embedded server? Answer is just by default. By default, by default, Tomcat is embedded in server, which will be which will bring which will be bring with Spring dot boot hyphen starter web. So if you want if we want any other other embedded server, then exclude Tomcat and add new embedded server. Okay, exclude Tomcat and add new embedded server. Exclude Tomcat and add new embedded server. This is what how to okay, exclude team and exclude one and add new one team. Add Jetty embedded dependency. Now clear. Okay, next one. So by default, Tomcat exposes 8080 port number. We can customize this. We can customize this. We can customize using application dot properties file. That is in application dot properties file, you need to add server dot port. These values would be read in our Tomcat auto configure class ST. Understood? That's it, team. Is what how to develop one simple application using MVC team. So then our main important is how to implement REST APIs using Spring Boot is very important team. How to implement REST API using Spring Boot, how to enable Swagger for that REST API, how to invoke that REST API via Angular, how to invoke REST API via Angular. That is important thing. Okay. Any questions, team? You can ask. You can use @request mapping either class level or method level. If you use class level, the path will be applicable for everyone. If you use class level, only it will be specified for only that one, sir. Before creating the object, the dependent objects are present in the, the object is present in the class path or not. See, if the class is present, if the bean is present in the container or not, if the bean is present in the your property file or not, I mean your configuration properties. If the bean is present in the conditional resource, if the resource is present in the okay your okay location or not, your okay location or not, okay, understand, right? These are all called at the rate and conditional annotations. If the class is okay, if the class B is present in the class path, if the class A, if the class A missed in the class path, don't create if already A is there. If A is missed, then only. If the B is present in container, if B is, if the A is not present in container, then only created the object. What is been a property before creating the object? Verify property is present in properties file. If it is present, then only you will do. If it is not present, it would give error. I mean, it won't take any action. Resource conditions. If the specified resource is available so and so location, then only it will be created. See, so many auto configuration classes are there. Auto configuration classes will be created with the help of conditional annotations. With the help of conditional annotations. These annotations would, filter would help us to prepare the required auto configuration objects for our class. Required auto configuration objects for us. Understood, sir? If you go for your dispatcher servlet, here you have a dispatcher servlet auto configuration class. Here we have a dispatcher and servlet auto configuration class. You have yesterday one. Here we have a dispatcher one. See, here we have a dispatcher. This dispatcher will not created the dispatcher servlet responsible to prepare the dispatcher servlet object. This will not created blindly. What this will do? This will not created blindly. What this will do? Before creating this object, before creating this object, first it will verify. before creating this object, first it will verify dispatcher servlet is present in the class path or not. If it is present in the class path, then only it will do. Okay, team. If it is not present in the, now if you go here, Control Shift T, Control Shift T, go to here, open. So actually, this auto configuration class has the responsible to prepare the to created the dispatcher servlet object. But when this method will be executed, if the servlet registration is already available in the class path, default dispatcher already available. When this class file will be created, dispatcher servlet.class is available in the class path. Is it available in the class path? Yes, it should be available. Go to this package, org Spring Framework, web dot servlet dot okay, dispatcher servlet. Go to here. Your web MVC is there. Org Spring Framework dot web dot servlet dot dispatcher servlet. See, if a jar is available in the class path, the jar is available in the class path, then what happened? Dispatcher, this object would be created. While creating this object, what happened? This class will be executed. This method is called dispatcher servlet. It will created the dispatcher. Before created this object, it will verify all these conditions. If all these conditions would be fulfilled, then only dispatcher servlet object would be created. If all these conditions would be fulfilled, then only okay, dispatcher servlet object would be created. Okay, understood, team? See, whenever object is created, it will publish an event to whom? Your container. Spring Boot internally will be using events and listeners. It will publish an event to container. Understood, team? Any questions? So it will read the property from where? Your Spring Boot MVC. Where it is there Spring Boot MVC? Spring Boot MVC from your documentation. Spring Boot MVC from your documentation team. Based on the documentation only, it will be executed okay, everything team. From your documentation, if the property will be satisfied, then only dispatcher servlet is able to created this. Okay, publish the events team. Everything configuration. Got it, team? Team, did you understand everything? All are clear, team? Okay, good. Now, next one, team. How to deploy your application as a verify. How to deploy your application as a verify team. Means how to deploy. Even though it is an okay Spring Boot, but I don't want this Spring Boot. I want this application as a verified. This application as a verified team. Okay, Spring Boot only, but I want this application would be verified team. So either you want jar, you want to var, both you can treat. If you want jar, you can continue as in jar. If you want to verify also, you can go. How to do this one means, now please, same project, copy, paste, here, Spring Boot, demo, verify it. Spring Boot demo and verify it. Demo on verify. Now what happened? See now. I don't want to use Jetty and all. I don't want to use Jetty and all. Now we'll see. I don't want okay, exclusion also. Default my Tomcat only is there. Default my Tomcat only is there. No, here packaging is verify. Here packaging is verify. Here it's not a jar. It's a packaging is verify team. You can create freshly also. It's not a problem. Packaging is verify team. Okay. Okay. If you want, I can create freshly. Why do you need all this stuff? Okay, no problem. Is it done, team? Now, here is interested one. By default, it is forward. If it is jar file, this file will be executed. It is var file. If it is var file, do you need main method? Hey, if you want to keep main method, if you want run from your local, you can keep. But if you want to deploy into your external as a Spring Boot, you need to extend. You need to extends. Need to extends. Spring Boot. Spring Boot. Servlet initializer. Spring Boot. Servlet initializer. You have to be okay, extend Spring Boot. Okay, servlet initializer. Servlet initializer. Okay, now how to do this? Servlet initializer will have only one method. What is that one? Configure method. Control F. Configure. I want to override this method. Configure, override this method. Now what I will do? Builder dot sources application dot class. That's it. This Spring application builder will take care. Spring application builder will take care to create the to perform the web application. You know what Spring application dot run method will do. Everything Spring application builder class will do. Everything team. So if you want deploy outside of your application, what it should do? Builder sources all. It went list sources means it is a list. Application builder. It will use internally Spring application dot run only. Spring application builder. This Spring application builder will take care. Builder will take care to perform, to identify which container you want. It will try to load this banner. Okay, everything it will take care, team. Add more sources configuration classes to the application. Application builder. See, while loading this constructor, it will take care. Is it application type is null, banner mode is off. Same like Spring application dot run. Let us see how it works. That's it, team. Nothing you will do. Right click on it, run as MVN installed. Now I will deploy this one into a outside team. I will deploy this one into outside team. D. I have a softwares. I am deploying into here. Web apps. How to deploy into outside team. Okay. Now go to here. Refresh. Target. Copy. No, it's not a jar. It's a run as MVN clean. How come it come as a jar? It should be a var file. Packaging as a var file. Refresh. MVN installed. No need this one. Now go to here. Now refresh. Now var file. Take this var file. Deploy into here. Go to here. Bin. Startup dot bat. Startup dot bar. Yeah, done. Now good. Now how to test? See, here you have a banner or not. See, everything. Whatever your Spring application dot run method will do, if you deploy your application into, your Tomcat, who will take care, team? This Spring application builder will take care. There is no main method here. Spring application builder will take care. Who will execute it? It is a configuration class only. During your application startup, this what is the entry point of your Spring Boot application means the entry point is main method only. Okay, next one, sir. See, now what happened? So now you got this one. Now, if you got started your Spring Boot application properly, then what happened? Go there. Now access your application. How to access your application? What is your port number? It is embedded server only. What is your port number? See, it gave profiles also QA. Did you understand how the profiles it came to QA? If it is in local, no profile. I can start this same application in my local. If it is local, no profile. Here Starting only it will created the profiles. That's why I told created the environment object, created the environment object, okay, externalize the your properties file. How externalize the properties file? This one. Understood? See how the profiles came here. I will show you later. If I run in local, your profiles would be 0. How? Okay, I will show you. Because of your Tomcat, we have configured the profiles, config Catalina properties. Here spring dot profiles dot active is equal to QA. Okay, understood, team? That's why it came here. You gave another one. Okay, it won't come. Only this one came. No, you want access your application. However you want, okay, you can access your application. 2023. How to access your application? Go ahead here. HTTP localhost 2023 slash, here is your controller. Just to give your controller hello world. Sorry, it is it deployed into Tomcat, right? I should go from your application localhost slash application slash big process. If it is okay outside, no need. On which port number my Tomcat is running? Which port number Tomcat is running? 2021. It will ignores the your application properties file because of if it is a external client, it will ignores this configuration. If it is embedded server, it will read this configuration. If it will override these properties by your Tomcat okay port will be override this port. Go to here. Got it, team. Just you should know how to externalize, okay, how to deploy. So Spring Boot default default support packaging model is jar file, but we can we can enable we can enable packaging as where also. We can enable the packaging as where also. We can enable the packaging as where also. Spring Boot default supporting package model is jar. Spring Boot default supporting packaging model is jar, but we can enable the packaging as where also. How? You have to enable to enable as a where our Spring Boot Spring Boot main class. Main class means main class in the bracket, which is representing with at the rate Spring Boot application. Main class in the bracket, which is representing with at the rate Spring Boot application. Main class should be main class should be okay, extends with the Spring Boot servlet initializer. Main class should be extends with Spring Boot servlet initializer. Main class should be extends with Spring Boot servlet initializer. Spring Boot servlet initializer. Spring Boot servlet initializer. should be extends with Spring Boot servlet initializer. Okay, this Spring Boot servlet initializer will have configure method which returns Spring Boot application, which returns Spring application builder, which returns Spring application builder object, Spring application builder class. We will take care, will take care to, will take care to identify the required, the required container. Spring application builder class will take care to identify the required container, Spring application builder class will take care to identify the required container, and and start the required container. After that, after once a container will be created, and start the instantiating all the required beans, instantiating all the required beans. It returns the Spring application builder object. Spring application builder class will take care to identify the required, start the instantiating all the required beans, all the required beans. Understood? All the required beans. Next topic is very important team. What is difference between normal jar and Spring Boot jar? So now we'll see what is normal jar and Spring Bootable jar team. I would say simple. I would say now you will see. Okay, difference you will see. Okay, difference you will see. I am going to develop one simple application. I am going to develop one simple application, file, new Spring Boot project, Spring Boot jar demo, Spring Boot jar app. Try to understand Spring Boot jar app. Click on next. No need all the stuff team. No need all the stuff. Yeah, if you want, you can add as a web. Is not a problem. Now next, click on finish. No, that's fine. Now here see. Since it is a you are added web, it is a web app. All are good team. All are good. I am adding one simple controller also. Simple controller. Com dot Stenotek. Com dot Stenotek controller. Controller. Simple hello world. Okay, next examples you will see some big examples. Hello world. Hello world controller. It is a simple one team. It is a simple one. Again, I don't want to spend too much of time for this simple one. What is our hello world application is there. Our goal is what is executable jar. Done. If you have any JSPs and all is there. If you have any JSPs would be there. Copy this to folder src main, created a folder is called kebab, here. Created a folder in the kebab. Paste here. Till now we are good. Till now we are good. Now how the hello world controller, how the hello world controller. Okay, all are good team. Now my question is, please see, I am removing this. If you are using this Spring okay, STS tool, this by default came. What is the importance of this by default? I would explain. Please see. Very, very important. Most of the intros are asking. Most of the intros are asking. Very, very important team. Please concentrate. Now here see. You will tell run as MVN installed. Run as MVN installed team. Why here maybe unit test cases are there. Maybe unit test cases are there. Now run as MVN installed. Okay. Now run this application team. Port number whatever you want you can give. Server dot port. I am running this application. Run as Spring Boot app. Could not resolve the placeholder custom properties. Okay, no problem. I don't mean that it is required now. My intention is not for reading this one. One application. Now run as Java application. See, you are running your application from where? In your local. How to access your application? If you are running your application in where? In your local. How to access your application? You can access your application. You can access your application. You can access your application. Not this one. This is okay. How to access 2024? Go to your application. Hello world. Hello world. Why it is not coming? You are not added this JSPT. You are not added this embedded JSP. By default, your Spring Boot does not support this JSP team. That's why you have to add okay embedded Jasper JSP team. Embedded Jasper JSPs. Go to here. Embedded Jasper JSP team. Now let's see team. Very, very important. Now run as MVN installed. You will see entire Spring Boot movie team. Please trust me. Now here see. Now done sir. Now how to start sir? Go to here. Start. Slash. What is the Port number here 2024. HTTP localhost 2024. Hello world. Hello world. It is not coming. It is a simple application only. You are getting 404 error. Spring Boot application. Okay. Hello world. Okay. Com dot dot controller. Okay. Name is there. What is the problem with here? 2024. Okay. SRC main web app under web app. Okay. Okay. Team. It is a web application, right, team? You have to add these two properties, team, because how your Spring knows view and resolver, team. How your Spring knows Spring dot MVC dot view dot prefix. What is prefix, team? Slash WebINF slash JSP slash Spring dot MVC dot view dot suffix is equal dot JSP dot JSP. Now done. Now it should work, team. Go to here, run as Spring Boot application. Run as Spring Boot application. Now here see, run as Spring Boot application, team. It should work. It should work, team. See, image is okay. That's fine. It should work. Done. But here, please concentrate. Please concentrate. Very, very important. Very, very important, team. Now, you deployed application into where your application is there in your local now. Your application in local, how you are run your application? Right click on project or right click on main class. So run as a Java application. It is a STS, run as Spring Boot application. Run as a Java application. If it is a STS, run as a Spring Boot application. Now, see, it is in our local is working, but I can't deploy. See, I should deploy my application into dev server. I should deploy my application into production. I should deploy my application into dev server. I should deploy my application into production. How to into dev server? How to deploy your application into production? Please, it is I should deploy application into a dev server. What is your dev IP address? 10.0.0. Some 120. I should deploy my application into production. See, Spring application should be deployed into somewhere remote. Remote may be on-prem servers, remote may be cloud. See how you are deploying. You are deploying as a jar file. You are going to deploying your Spring Boot jar file into your remote. Here we are moving into Spring Boot jar. No, you can't go your okay, you can't go. See here, small thing, team, small thing. Hey, my srinutech.com is there. My srinutech.com, I would test in my local srinutech.com. Okay, this whole code I will be placed into my local. I will test it. If my code is working fine, okay, everything is okay. Then what I will do, team, I will deploy into remote. If you do okay, deploy into remote means everyone can able to access. If you deploy into your local means now what you will do, local host dot Srinotech, you will be test in your local. I will test everything in my local. If it is working fine, then only I will deploy into my remote server. All we will discuss in Java real-time project, team. Seriously, All will discuss in Java real time project team. So how you will deploy into, see, if it is local, you are right click on it, you are test it in localhost, okay, but you are deploying into your remote server as a jar file. How you will deploy? If you deploy into your remote server jar file, what happened? If you deploy your into jar happen, how to execute your jar? Java -jar, your file name dot jar team. What is your file name? Java -jar, your file name team. What is the output team? So you will go to your prod Java -jar. You will execute it like this team. Please try to understand. You will go to your production Java -jar. You will execute this one team. Whenever this statement will be executed, what happened? Let's assume that I want to move this one. I'm copy here. I don't want to execute from my IDE. Most of the interviews are asking how to run Spring Boot application. Does it execute? How to run Spring Boot application? How does it execute? Let's assume that I am deploying my application into AWS team. It is my AWS folder. It is my AWS one instance. Okay, EC2 instance. I have deployed team. Please, I will deploy in AWS also. Let's assume that it is in AWS team. It is a normal jar. Why it is normal jar? I will explain. I'm deploying into jar. You feel like your jar is available in. You feel like your jar is available in where? On off remote. You feel like your jar is available in where? On off remote place team. On off remote place your jar is available. Now here see. Okay, how to run team? Go to in this location. CMD Java -jar. See, we will give this one team. What other you got? Okay, everyone. No manifest attribute. No main manifest attribute. I want to show you what is there. I want to show you what is there inside of this. See, to run my Spring Boot application, we need these many jars are required. We need these many jars are required. But now here see, I want extract this jar file. How to extract this jar file? How to extract this jar file? Please, try to understand how to extract this jar -xvf -xvf Spring Boot -jar. Whenever this statement will be executed, see now here meta nf meta nf. See what is error here? Earlier error was no main manifest attribute. Okay, inside of this manifest, no main attribute. Okay, but go to here com dot Sinotech. Only your dot class files are available. Only your dot class files are available. Have you seen anywhere? Have you seen anywhere all these jar files? No. Here the difference is now here see. That's why if you want run your application along with your classes, if it is normal jar means only your project to dot class files only will come. If it is normal jar means only your project to dot class only will come. Normal jar means normal jar. So it contains only project related dot class files will be there. which are, you know, which are, you know, we can't, we can't execute the, we can't execute or run the, we can't execute the Spring Boot application with only, with only dot class files. To execute the Spring Boot application, we need project, we need, we need project dot class files. We need project dot class file to execute the Spring Boot application. To execute the Spring Boot application, we need project dot class files plus all required jar files plus some class loaders. All where, all would be available where Spring Boot, Spring Boot jar. All would be available in where fat jar, fat or Uber or sharded. What is fat jar? What is Uber jar? What is fat jar is? These jars are executable jars which contains the classes along with required dependencies. Now here question is how to make your Spring Boot application as executable jar. Executable jar, very important. Every project it is a mandatory, every Spring Boot project it is a mandatory. Just add spring boot maven plugins in pom.xml, so that that jar would become as, that jar would become as executable jar or fat jar. What dependency? That's why this Spring tool should every Spring Boot project it is adding org dot spring framework dot boot spring dot spring hyphen boot hyphen maven plugins. You have to add this dependencies in every Spring Boot application team. You have to add every Spring Boot application team. Go there here, add it here. Now okay, run as mvin install here. Now copy this outside of Eclipse. Don't say in your real time how to run your Spring Boot application means right click on the project. No, it is only for developer testing. In your real time production, you should deploy your application into AWS. How to run your application means Java-jar, you should run it. I am using Spring Boot jar. See how to go this one Java -jar Spring Boot. Now see. Now what you will get? See here, please. No profiles set. Failed to start. Why failed to start? This port number is already used here. Okay, we'll stop here. See here. Now Spring Boot jar. It should start now. Default profiles. Started your Spring Boot application or not? What is the internal of this? Okay, how this internally will be executed? See now here. After you are adding only Spring Boot Maven plugins. After you are adding only Spring Boot Maven plugins. After you are adding Spring Boot Maven plugins, how it works internally. Now please see how it works internally, please. Now Now it should come here. Okay, instead of you will run there, you are running here. Output also it should come. That's fine. 2024. Hello world. Okay, output is okay. No issues. All are good. But what is the difference between normal jar and executable jar? Now I would stop this. Now I want to extract. Okay, inside what is happening? Jar, jar, if an XVF extract Spring Boot jar. See, see here. Go to stop this Tomcat. Go to here. See, you got our class ORG Spring Framework Boot. So many Spring Boot loader classes team. So many classes. Jar launcher class. Okay, we'll discuss all war launcher class. See, all your jars, boot ENF, lib folder, you have all the jars which are required. Classes, you have all the classes you have required. Meta ENF, it is a very critical. Earlier you got the error is meta ENF means, see here, no manifest file. Open this manifest. No main method in manifest. No main manifest of attribute. Now if you see you have main class jar launcher. So it is, you have a main class is there. Hey, what happened internally? Now here what happened internally? So now here see, now please. So most of the interviews are asking a question is, sir, please try to understand. Most of the interviews are asking question is how to make your Spring Boot is. I told right, just to add the, okay, add the below dependencies, add the Spring Boot Maven plugins. Okay, that's fine. Now, so now if you want to see, commands are how to extract the jar files. Commands are jar -xvf. CVS means the creation. File name dot jar. Okay, now how to run the Spring Boot application. So question is the next one. How to run the Spring Boot application? How to run the Spring Boot application? Question is now Java -jar file name dot jar. Now everyone is asking team. Even if I will be the interview, I want to ask what is that question? Please. Now what is that question? How to run? How to run? How to run the boot application, or how to run the boot application, or or what happens when Java hyphen. Okay, how to run the boot application. See, if the guy is okay, intelligent guy, he will tell, sir, Java hyphen jar file name dot jar. Immediate to my question is immediate to my question is how does it executes? How does it executes? What happened when we run Spring Boot jar application? Very important thing. See, now with this knowledge, what is our normal jar is okay. What is our Spring Boot jar structure? Spring Boot jar structure is, please concentrate. Spring Boot jar structure is meta nf. Go to here, meta nf. Inside of the meta nf, manifest.mf. Everything is here depending on manifest.mf. Everything is okay, depending on manifest.mf. Manifest.mf. Manifest file. What is there okay inside of this manifest file? What is there okay inside of this manifest file team? You have, instead of this, what is there inside of this manifest file? Main class, main class, and also you have start class, and also you have start class. Your Spring application main method class, it is start class. These two are a very critical team. Parallel to meta nf, parallel to, you have a boot inf, boot information, boot information. Inside of this boot information, inside this boot information, you have a classes, you have a classes hyphen star dot class. Here our applications, here project applications, application classes, application classes, location. Next one, here star dot, not here, classes is okay. Okay, next one. What is the next one? Lib folder. In this lib folder, what is there here? Inside of the lib folder, star dot classes, classes of required dependency jars, required okay, dependency jars. After that is, after that you would have org. After that, after that we would have, parallel to this boot, we have org, we have Spring Framework, we have org Spring Framework dot, org dot Spring Framework dot boot, boot dot loader, loader dot launcher dot class. Which launcher? You have jar launcher dot class, we have jar launcher dot class, we have var launcher dot class team. Okay, now see, it is my Spring Boot jar structure team. Normal jar only, this only, normal jar only, okay, dot class only, don't have lib and all. Okay team, now what happened? Now here, okay, what happened? So Spring Boot jars has provided three class loaders, three class loaders. Okay, one is now here, see, Spring Boot class has provided three class loader, that is launcher dot class, jar launcher, var launcher. Jar launcher is an it is a abstract class. There are two implementations are there, jar launcher and var launcher. So here Spring Boot has Spring Boot we will use customized class loaders to load the .class files based on the boot jar or where directory structure. Next one. Yeah, okay, launcher launcher.class is an interface, sorry, is an abstract class for which there are two implementation classes. One is jar launcher.class. Another one is var launcher class. Another one is var launcher class. Var file. Okay? Now, when we run, when we run, when we run the java-jar file name dot jar, it will perform below task. It will perform below things. One is this is java-jar file name dot jar the the input to JVM. Input to JVM. Input to JVM. Next one, two. JVM will invokes the default class loader asking to load dot class files of the jar. Load dot class loaders asking to JVM will invokes the default class loader asking to load the dot class files of the jar. The default class loaders only loads the dot class files directly the package, inside the jar, which are nothing but org dot which are nothing but org dot spring framework dot boot dot launcher, and also jar launcher, and also var launcher. Fourth one, upon loading this dot class files, loading the dot class files in JVM will reads the meta-nf slash manifest dot mf file and pick up the main class and executes it. In our case, it is jar launcher, because jar launcher will take it. Okay, if it is var file, var launcher will take care. Jar launcher will loads all the dot class files and okay, dependent jars packaged okay, inside our jar files under boot.inf slash lib and boot.inf slash classes directory. Sixth one. Okay. Then it goes to meta-nf dot manifest dot mf and looks for startup. Okay, looks for, okay, which one? Looks for start class. Looks for okay, start class. Okay, attribute and reads the main class name. Reads the main class name of our application. Reads the main class name of our application and calls the main method. Calls the main method to begin execution of our application. That's it, team. So this would happen internally. If anyone will ask, you have to explain. And never see always Java means it is an input for JVM. Whatever in JVM will do in JVM invokes default class loaders asking to load the dot class file of the jar. The default class loaders loads dot class files directly in package inside the jar. So here okay, default class loaders are org springboard. Here okay, default class loaders are launcher, jar launcher, and war launcher. Upon loading these dot class files, all are okay, dot class files. Here default class loaders are this only. Upon loading this dot class files, JVM will read this information file and pick up the main class and execute it. Pick up the main class and it execute which one? Jar launcher. This jar launcher will take care to load this boot.inf class, to load this boot.inf dot class file, boot.inf lib also. Jar launcher will load the dot class file present and dependent jars packaged inside of our jar files under boot.inf info and boot.inf. Once it is loading, it goes to the meta.inf manifest file. That information also it would be available here. It will go to the meta.inf manifest file. Here looks for start class. orgs com.sinutech Spring Boot jar application is the start class. Spring Boot jar application is the start class. Then it will be okay, executed. Understood, team? It is how the Spring Boot, if it is var file, the story will be same. Instead of jar launcher here, var file will come. It is very, very, very important. Most of the interviews are asking, hey, what is the difference between normal jar and Spring Boot jar, or how does it execute, how to run your Spring Boot application in your production. What happened when you run your Spring Boot application as a jar file team? So you all note your Spring Boot jar should be fat jar, or your Spring Boot jar should be uber jar, fat jar, or sharded jar. They means what is mean by fat? Fat means it will be okay something more weight. Normal jar only okay dot class file. Fat means more weight means along with your dot class file you have all the required dependency classes and dependency jars also would be available, so that that jar would be as executable jar. How to run the see two things. Var file also, how to run your var file means outside of your Tomcat. Okay, I run right okay, just now. Your okay, you can run var file outside means okay Tomcat. Okay, your external Tomcat will run. That is, see how you are you. If it is jar file, this is flow. If it is var file, what happened? Same code you will do during your Tomcat startup. Inside of the Tomcat, your JVM will be there. Your JVM will take care all this stuff. Story will be same. Inside of the Tomcat, your JVM is there. JVM will take care all this stuff. It will execute this var launcher. Okay, you got it, team. Okay, difference between normal jar and Spring Boot jar. Or any questions, team?
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please. Happy to help. Yeah.
Sir, actually, in my project, we are using only var file, sir. So my question is, when to use this jar and when to use this var file, sir?
Sir, good point. See, if it is where file means which server, where
Sorry,
you are
sir.
deploying your application.
Sir, in Tomcat server only, sir.
In Tomcat, okay, external only you are deploying. Am I
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, yeah, maybe two, three reasons, sir. The first reason is
Uh,
if it is embedded one, what happened, your Tomcat thread pool default is 200. Okay. In your, if you go here,
mm,
it will support default is your Tomcat, okay, thread pool is there. Tomcat, maybe thread pools. Spring Boot, Tomcat, thread pool, default. Here it would support for max 200, sir. Server dot tomcat dot max threads are 200. This is the one reason. Server dot tomcat dot max threads. Max max threads. Okay. This is the one reason, sir. Outside it may be more. Okay. This is the one reason. Other reason is thing configuration is okay inside of this application data properties file. Sir, are you using cloud? If you are using cloud 100%, you will not use a external Tomcat, sir. My guess is you are not using a cloud. I mean, your company is small company. There is no huge
yes, sir.
traffic to
Startup. It's
your.
a startup.
It's a startup, right? No
Yes. Earlier we are
surprises.
using Amazon AWS EC2 instance, sir. Later we
Yeah,
can move to other. I don't know that name. I forgot. Then we are using internal server. We are deploying that
yeah. You should okay, educate
var file.
them, sir.
Uh,
Yeah, okay. I would explain, sir. When to use var file, okay. When to use this, okay, embedded. Yeah. Okay, okay, I told right, your company may be a small, okay, and to use external server and embedded server. So answer is most of the so server embedded server would prefer if the application expecting more traffic and need more okay, instances need to create more of instances at runtime. That is, okay, instances are scale up, scale out, and scale down, scale out and scale down, scale out and scale down. Embedded server would prefer if the application is okay, expecting more traffic and need to create more of instances at okay, runtime. It is more suitable for cloud applications. Cloud environment, cloud applications, okay, cloud based deployments, and and embedded server is embedded in server is is very value in microservice architectures. Good question. Microservice architecture, it would be more helpful. Going forward, everything is microservices, right?
yes,
Understood,
yes,
sir. So, because
yes,
why microservices more means it is a big topic, sir. We'll discuss in okay, next week. Okay, I'm telling. It's not like okay, small
okay,
topic. It's a big topic. If your architecture is a microservice architecture, go for embedded server. So many benefits you will see with respect containerization, with respect to auto scaling, with respect with respect this okay, availability, okay, with respect to resources consumption, everything, sir. Everything is I would explain with respect to okay, auto scale and okay, availability, okay, your application and okay, resources consumption. Now, for the cost wise benefits, everything go for okay, embedded, sir. External means number one, not fit for microservices. If your application architecture would be monolithic. And okay, next one is okay, traffic would be not suitable for cloud. No, most of them for on-prem servers would be use this. because they knows okay, traffic, they knows okay, traffic would be fixed, would be limited. Okay, limited means your applications knows okay, every day how many of users will come. Okay, am I right? It's a small application, maybe
Yes, sir.
every day some 500 and 1000 users will come. Okay, and that's why they are not taking any risk, they are going to this one, these cases, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, understood, now you got
Thank you,
it.
sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, sir.
but you can suggest them how you will be suggest how much, no, if the lead and all okay, okay, health care discussions, how much cost we are paying this external server. If external only, why can't we go for this embedded? If the traffic is very less, why can't you go for this embedded? Because no need to pay okay, anything. Okay, inside of your app only this embedded is there, so that we can avoid this cost saving and all. Okay, you can suggest them. Before you suggest them, you did some POC, because these days will talks, right? You
Okay,
did
okay.
locally one POC, show them how benefits if you migrated to embedded. Understood, sir? So that they will listen. In
Yeah,
IT,
okay, sir.
right? Most of them talks more and
POS is only.
yeah, doing less. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. If you
Yeah.
if you say anything, they will ask one proof. Yes, correct.
Yeah. See, that is absolutely. I can talk okay 10 things, okay 100 things, but who will do at the okay, ground level?
Okay, okay.
Okay, understood, sir. Okay, good.
One question, sir. Like
Yeah,
how
please.
you control annotations, right? Service annotation.
Hmm.
When is it like component scanning is loading all the classes, right? Controller annotation when it will load controller and
Sir,
services. Yeah,
during okay, your application startup only, all your see, by default, it has in three annotations, right?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. If it is okay, if it is in three annotations means component scan means current classes, all
yeah,
our see, by default it will be
yeah. And it's
current
process
package.
loading.
It is
Mm.
available here. It is. So why Spring Boot main class would be at root level? Why Spring Boot main class is always at a root level means this is equivalent to either you can use this annotation, or you can use a component scan, or you can use a enable uh, other auto configuration, or you can use your Spring Boot configuration, no problem. Okay, instead of using one, you can use in three. What is the component scan? If you are not specified any component scan, default package name is com.sinotech.
Yeah, this
Your
one I
base,
understand.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Your during your application startup, do one thing. You can write one constructor in controller, constructor in service, constructor in DAO.
mm,
Okay, sir. During
yeah,
your application startup, this is what your question, right, sir?
yeah. The controller annotation.
Yeah.
How which one is the parent of the controller annotation?
Now here, see. Good question. If you ask like this, it will be okay. Now see. Now I would stop this. Run as. See, sir. Okay, I would explain. By default, every Spring Boot is a singleton. Every Spring Boot is a singleton.
Yeah,
All singleton classes are loaded during your application startup. Your controller, your service, all everything. How it happens? During your application startup, dispatcher servlet object will be created. How? Based on the auto configuration classes. Auto configuration classes are okay, depending on the iterating conditional. Your dispatcher servlet will create the Spring container. This one.
yeah.
So here your
Okay,
controller class object will be created. It is your Spring container. It will be created.
okay.
So
Got it.
during your application startup only, your dispatcher object will be created. Here only your controller, your service, your DAO, all the objects beans are created inside of the your Spring container.
So dispatch the servlet is the main key here. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, understand.
Yeah, that's why we okay discussed, right? Okay, auto configuration of okay dispatcher and all. Understood, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't want to during startup. Let's see. There is an annotation is called lazy annotations in. Let's see. We'll start again. In Spring, there is a annotation is called lazy annotation. Means don't create during my application startup. Please create only when it is required. See, have you seen any constructor now?
Yeah, understand. Lazy, understand. If you are stopping
Yeah,
the
yeah,
class, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
When you create the bean only, it will load.
Yes, yes. Got, got it, sir.
Got
Any
it. Got it.
questions, team? Okay, next one, team. What is our okay? Next one. We should go for okay actuators team. After actuators, we should go for okay database stuff team. Okay, DB stuff. Spring JDBC, Spring Data JPA. Okay, after that, we'll go for one okay end-to-end application. How to build? We are going to see Swagger, file upload, Angular integrations, Redis cache, Kafka. So many are there. Please be ready. Okay, actuators team. What is actuators? See now, when we build our application post completion of the testing, we can't deliver we can't deliver the application into production team. We can't deliver the application into production environment because our client is asking, client will expect monitor monitor the application in production. What is mean by monitor the application means? So why we should monitor the application? See, how is your how is your health check team? If you go your hospital, your doctor will uh, by seeing your pulse, he will be able to know how is your health. Similarly, how your applications are working or not. Health check. Next one, metrics. Metrics means how many beans are created, how many, how is okay your application. You can go whole your application team. Okay, next one, okay, health check for how many okay, threads are active, how many threads are creating, any okay, threads issues will be coming or not. Okay, fifth one, any logs information and so on. Everything your actuator will provide team. Everything your actuator will provide. How the actuator will provide practically, I will show. Post completion of our development, the developer has to spend lot of time in building building required of utilities and integrate them into integrate application to make it production ready. One is the developer has to spend lot of time. Next one, cost of making all the application of utility, cost of making for application of utilities, few of them okay open source, few of them license. Third one, if it is not ready, delay. Client will tell, I want to move application into production. If it is not work, delay in okay, delivering the application in production. These things team, all this to overcome all these problems, to overcome all the above problems, spring boot spring boot has introduced a new feature is called actuator. New feature is called actuator. How the actuators will work, how it is running and all we'll see practically. Now spring boot actuator is a pre-packaged is a pre-packaged endpoints that are commonly required in monitoring and managing that are commonly required monitoring and managing in application in production environment application in production environment which are built by the Spring Boot developers. Spring Boot developers can easily integrate with Spring Boot applications. Easily integrate with the Spring Boot application. Using actuator, we can make an ready production ready. We can make an production ready based. We can make an application as production ready. Application as production ready. So to enable actuators, to enable actuators, actuators, to enable actuator endpoints within our application, we need to add Spring Boot starter, Spring Boot starter actuator dependency, Spring Boot starter actuator dependency in pom.xml, which will enable, okay, which will enable all the endpoints here. How the dependencies and all now we'll see practically. Now, what are the endpoints are available? Actuator module has provided bunch of endpoints which we can use in monitor the application. One is /info. Second one is /health check. /info means for what? To provide the information about your application. Provides the information about your application like name of the application, end users of the applications, and so on. Okay, health check means okay, instead of you will do okay, everything to check readiness and liveness, how your application is ready, how your application is okay, live of your application. Third one is slash environment, to see all the environment variables, all the environment variables configured properly or not. Fourth one is /beans, and so many team, all the bean definition of the IOC container. Fifth one, and so many are there. Metrics. Metrics means memory, how the your application memory is there, how the CPU is there, how the memory and CPU utilization is there. Now sixth one, loggers. Display the information about loggers and their configuration. Seventh one, team shutdown conditions. So many are available, team. So how to enable this and all now we'll see. Okay, practically, team. See, I will show you practically. By default, by default, first I will add team. I will add, even though it is one simple application, how to add, okay, how to enable this actuator. So okay, how to enable this actuator? Go to here, dependency. Team, I'm trying to all my level best team. It is okay, okay, your responsibility. You have to practice. Spring Boot is nothing. If you spend on this 2 days, nothing. Okay, Spring Boot team. org dot Spring Framework, but a few cases are there. Ours are core is always strong. No problem. You have so many. Online is there. You have to spend time. You have to spend time. Okay, only the shortcut of how to grow means okay, spend time. Okay, that's it. Spring Boot hyphen starter hyphen actuator. Boot hyphen starter actuator. So it will enable the actuator. Okay, now we'll see it. Now we'll see. Okay, added in your dependency. You have it, Spring Boot actuator. Spring Boot actuator. If it is not there, I haven't installed. Now here see. Next one thing. By default, all the above endpoints, all the above endpoints are accessible. accessible with a prefix of slash actuator slash endpoint name. That means your your HTTP colon, your application name, your domain name slash actuator slash health slash info slash health endpoint name slash metrics and so on. So it will take care of everything. Okay, it will give. So how it will give? Okay, I will explain thing. These endpoints are exposed in two ways team. One is via AMX Java management extension. Second one is web HTTP web endpoints. JMX is a protocol used only for administrating and managing J2E applications. Okay, JMX team. JMX okay, endpoints. JMX okay, endpoints used. JMX is a protocol used to used for okay, administrating, used for managing the J2EE applications. We can use JMX okay, API for to connect J2EE applications and okay, but these endpoints, if you want to use JMX, Spring Boot Actuator has okay, exposed all the above endpoints using JMX, where we can write JMX programs in accessing these okay, endpoints team, where we can use JMX. You should use JMX programs. You should use JMX program in accessing the endpoints. Got it? If it is a HTTP team, another one is a HTTP. These endpoints are our REST API. HTTP endpoints are HTTP endpoints like REST API. REST API where we can send okay, HTTP request and can access them. Okay. See now here, very very important note. These endpoints to be accessed, we need to enable and expose them. We need to enable and okay, expose them. Unless okay, exposed, those are not going to accessible. Very very important. People don't know this. People are trying to actuator is not working unless okay, exposed. Those are not going to be accessible. Those are not going to be accessible unless okay, exposed. Those are not going to be accessible by default. By default, all the okay, all the endpoints are enabled except shutdown. If you give shutdown also means then your application will be shut down. I will show you that also due to security reason. In case okay, endpoint is like disabled, it means that it's removed from the application. If this endpoint is disabled, then if this endpoint is disabled, like it means remove the application, remove from the application team. If I start to write two things, okay, okay, you will be able to know how to write. You can write management dot endpoint name is equal to true or false. You need to write in your application dot properties file or application dot YML file. You are configuring management dot okay, endpoint name is equal to true or false. If you want okay, enable, set down the endpoint. What you will do if you want okay, enabled endpoint management dot okay, endpoint name dot okay, endpoint name dot enabled. By default, all the okay, endpoints are okay, enabled. If you want okay, enabled your okay, except shutdown. If you want enabled shutdown, management dot endpoint dot shutdown dot enabled is equal by default it is a false. Now if you want to make it as a true, you can make it. Okay, it's not a problem, but you are giving shutdown is okay, enabled means okay, terminate your okay, application. Okay, so shutdown is okay, enabled means okay, terminate your okay, application by default. Okay, all the okay endpoints are okay, enabled is equal true. Okay, except okay, shutdown. Okay, except shutdown. But see here, by default all the endpoints are okay, enabled okay, except shutdown. How your code is there, management dot, it is a predefined. I can show you your application dot properties file. Management dot endpoints dot enabled 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 hyphen by default is equal to false. Means will disable all the endpoints. After okay, disable by default it is okay, enabled. If you want okay, disable okay, if you want okay, enable specific endpoint, if you want enable okay, specific endpoint, management dot okay, endpoints management dot okay, endpoint dot, you should give enabled okay, endpoint name okay, info dot enabled is equal to true. Only info only will be enabled, remaining all will be okay, remaining all it will be not enabled. See, either you can, it's all okay, depends team, all endpoints are enabled means by default enabled except in shutdown. If you want to disable all, I want only particular endpoints due to some security means you can okay, enable only those one. Next one t, by default all the okay, endpoints exposed. By default all the endpoints are okay, exposed through JMX technology. But when it comes to web endpoints, only two endpoints exposed by default. What are those two? One is info, another one is okay, health check. One is info, another one is okay, okay, health check. Expose your web endpoints. We need to enable them by using the below properties. If you want okay, okay, expose web endpoints, you need to okay, expose the below one. If we want to expose the web endpoints, we need to manually enable them using below entry in our properties file. How to do? If it is JMX means management dot same team, management dot endpoint dot okay, endpoint name, management dot okay, endpoint dot, here it is a JMX, right? JMX dot exposure, exposure dot exposure dot include, exposure dot okay, include what endpoint you want to include. Give your okay, endpoint name info. If you want more info or metrics, you can give all. Same if it is web means you have okay, include or you have okay, exclude. Both are available. You have okay, include or you have what endpoints you have okay, exclude and what endpoints you have okay, okay, include. If it is web means management dot okay, endpoints dot web, exposure dot okay, exclude and okay, include. Whatever you want you can give. That's it. If you give star means it will give all. Exclude, one is exclude, another one is okay, include team. Now we'll show you practically. I want okay, include only to, I want okay, include star, all the endpoints are okay, exposed here. If I give here star expose, I want to include means all of endpoints. Here I will give star. By default, all the endpoints are exposed team. Now we can see okay practically how it works team. We can see it is very very simple. You no need to write any business logics and all. I will show you practically how it is enabled. By default, it will be enabled. You don't need to do anything. By default, it will be enabled. Only if you want to expose, you should add this. If you give star means all it would be happened. If you give star means all it would be happened. Here it is web. If it is star means all it would be enabled. Just you will access your application via your actuator URLs. That's it. Only in your application.properties file, what are the annotation, what are the endpoints? If you want to expose, you should expose using like this. Or if you want to expose all means, you should go for star. Okay, depends. In real time, most of them will not enabled for all. Due to some security reasons, they will be enabled for only few. How this few? That will see team now. Understood team? If you want, we can okay, disable also. It's all our okay. Depends. Understood team? Any questions team here? Two definitions I will write so that what is okay, enabled okay, endpoint means is equal to enabling an endpoint means including that endpoint as part of our application. Okay, what is mean by okay, expose means expose okay, endpoint means even though that endpoint is okay, including your application, making it accessible to the public is called okay, expose. Your endpoints are available in your application, but how to access the application from outside? If you want to access the application, you should go for public. Understood sir? Okay, any doubts team? Okay, now we'll start. It is a simple one, our Spring Boot application. Now once it is done right, then we'll start our database stuff team. See, now go to here. We have enabled your actuator team, enabled your actuator here. Now we are seeing. Now run as been installed. Run as Spring Boot app team. During your application startup, if you see all endpoints, see it okay, expose one endpoint is called base endpoint is actuator. Base endpoint is actuator. How to start this actuator team? Go to here. Either you should go to here or you should go to here. What is the URL here? HTTP. What is your application port number? 2024 slash actuator team slash actuator. By default, all the endpoints are enabled. But if you want to expose slash info, see, it is not a exposing team. It is enabled by default. All will be enabled. How to expose? Go to your Spring Boot. Here, management dot. Go to your Spring Boot here. Management dot endpoint. How to expose team? How to expose? Management dot endpoint. How you want expose? You want web expose. Expose is equal to exposure dot include star t. Star means all, or if you want only info. Stopping run as when installed, when installed, run as Spring Boot application team, Spring Boot application team, started your Spring Boot app team. Okay, now how to start this one here? Go to here, info. See, info is okay, nothing is there. Now, if you are trying to do okay, the check team. No, now you are trying to do metrics team. No, now you are trying to do beans team. No, either you can specify at specific endpoints or you can specify at all. If you want to two, three okay, endpoints, info, comma, health check, comma, metrics, all you should give, or you should give star. It depends upon your how your application okay requirement team. Spring Boot app. Understood? Now, see all the beans. How many beans are created still now during your application startup? In our application, is JSON, right? JSON formatter. It would give all the beans team. See, format it is. Each and every bean, how many beans are created, how it works, everything it was created team. So you can able to know which bean has created, okay, which bean has not created. You can able to know team. XML. See, bean names, Spring transaction, auto configure, web endpoint auto configure. Okay, web endpoint auto configure. So many are there, team. See, so you want to know how the your metrics beans, right? You want to know metrics. See, how much CPU is there, how much RAM is there. Understood, team? So this is the way how we should do it. This is the way how we should do it. Now, info. Info means okay, no okay, information is there. If it is there, it will come. Now beans is there. Now okay, health check. How your application is working fine properly or not. Health check. C is caps. Health. How your application is okay working fine properly or not. Understood? Understood, team. Okay, next one. Okay, hope it is clear, team. Okay, next one, team. What is the next one? Now here, see. See, this is the way. How can you info, be in health? So many okay to points, team. Not only one into points. We have hundreds of the kind points, team. Hundreds of the kind points. Loggers is not there. You have any environment. These many environments are there profiles. Not only for okay your application during your application startup, what would be there everything, and you have any some conditions are there everything actuator is used to everything it would be available team. Understand team, this is called actuator, it is called actuator. I want set down. If you want your okay, endpoint is set down, okay, what happened, your application by default it would be a shutdown team. Your application by default it would be a shutdown team. If you want to enable your application as a shut down, then what will be happen? By default, it would be shut down your application. Okay, okay. You want to see management dot endpoint management dot okay endpoint dot shut down enabled is equal true. So what happened? Okay, your application will be started. See, run as been installed. By mistake, if it is like enabled, right? If any one guy call this second points, I'm started my Spring Boot application. Spring Boot started, that's fine. Now we are good. But by mistake, anyone is calling the second point. See, your application will be terminated. See here, your application is terminated. Okay, request method is not supported. Shutdown is a post one. Is a shutdown operation. Actuator actuator shutdown method not allowing. Spring graceful shutdown method is post. It is post one, it is not get one. See, your send CSRF token all is not required. I am trying to spring shutdown, but endpoint enabled also included. When curl using this, you need to send CS either by passing header or parameter something your example. It is a post one team, it is not a get one. Shutdown enabled is equal to true. What you will do? Post one you cannot call from the browser. Go to your here. Give this shutdown. Go to here. Post one. Shutdown by. If you go your application, by it is. By means okay. What happened? Your application will not work after shutdown. See, application is not there. Why I should respond now? If you are trying to give okay any okay info also in get, it won't work. Application is not working. So that's why shutdown is not enabled by default. If you want on your application demand, you can give okay, it's not a problem. These are called actuator. Actuator is production ready based feature stream. You can see beans are working, how the threads are working, how the your application health is working, how to metrics would be there. Everything you can see with the help of actuator team. By default, all the actuators are okay, enabled except shutdown. By default all the actuator exposing is by default disabled. If you want exposed to public, you have to expose you using the properties is called management dot okay endpoints dot okay web or jmx exposure dot include. Either you can give multiple endpoints comma or you can give star, it would be done. Okay team, done. We'll see Spring Boot database examples team, databases integrations. Spring Boot DB integrations team. Any questions, please ask team.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hi, sir. Sir, now we are just shut down our application, correct?
yeah,
So, if you want to restart it once, then how we can do it?
yeah. Okay, it should work. When it will be shut down, whenever you forcibly see after restart, it will work. Restart. The configuration will not work. Only configuration is not our matter. After configuration, you will go your postman, forcibly you are shut downing again it will shut down your application. Sir, understood, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So in regular Spring based applications, Spring based application development, to connect with the database, we need to create the data source object and JDBC template object as below. How? At the rate configuration. I told clearly. Again I'm telling, 100 times I'm telling. If it is frame, cannot apply at the rate component. If it is framework classes, we cannot apply at the rate component. For all framework classes, we should use at the rate bean or using XML. Java configuration team. What I should do? I should do bean driver manager, data source, driver manager, data source is equal new driver manager data source dot set URL, db URL, set driver class name, set username, set password, return data source t. We should give the rate bean public JDBC template is equal return new. You need to pass this data source here. Data source. We need to pass this here. Now via constructor, I am preparing this. Via constructor, I am preparing this one team. Hope all are good team now. So wherever you required, now you got the JDBC template bin. Wherever you required in your DAO or wherever your class is required, public class DAO, product DAO or whatever it team. This DAO class should be at the rate component public at the rate auto wired JDBC template team. Here we need to write your business logic. You need to write your business logic. You need to write your business logic team. Okay. You need to write your business logic team. So you have to write this much of code team. But again, if you have any transactions are there, again, if you have any other beans are there, so many. Hey, Spring Boot will tell developer, why you are focusing on this, all this. I will take care. Oh, you will take care. But how can I supply this driver URL, username, and password? Don't worry. You just to provide in application.properties file or YAML file or YML file, you just to provide team, just to provide Spring dot data source dot URL is equal MySQL colon localhost colon 06 colon test. You should give Spring dot data source dot username root Spring dot data source dot password root Spring dot data source dot. Okay, driver class also you can use team com dot mysql dot driver or something com dot mysql dot driver com dot mysql dot okay, driver team. Understood team? If you give this, what happened, your Spring Boot will take care. Create data source and JDBC template object. Spring Boot will take care to create data source and JDBC template objects. Instead of you will write all this stuff, Spring Boot will take care to create data source and JDBC template objectivity to create data source and JDBC template objectivity. Template objectivity. Understood, team? How it will do, what it will do. Now we'll see practically. Here also will be same. Here it will be used in conditional on property. If this property is available in your class path, if this property is available in the class path, then what happened? It will create at the data source object. If the property is not available in the class path, how can it will create it? See, during your application startup, see, to implement this, we should add Spring Boot starter JDBC dependency in our pom.xml. JDBC dependency in our pom.xml. See, during application startup, during Spring Boot application startup, if during application startup, if the okay, application startup, it will verify, it will verify, it will verify if this, if this, if the, okay, it will verify Spring data source property is configured in in configured in properties or YAML file. If yes, during application startup, it will verify Spring dot data source dot XXX property is configured in application dot properties file. If it is configured, if it is configured, if it is configured, then only data source, comma JDBC template objects will be created. Else, we will give errors. Else it will give errors. Else it will give. Else it will give errors. Else it will give errors. Understood, team? Very very important, team. Please focus on. Okay, very very important, team. To implement this, we should add Spring Boot starter JDBC dependency in pom.xml. You no need to write all this boilerplate code. No need to write all this code. This code is enough, team. How to enough? How to see? I will show you practically. Okay. Let me share already. Okay, existing team. Already okay, existing. Okay. Examples I would be use here. Your database team. 'import existing Maven project'. One second, team. I will restart my Eclipse. STSA. Import existing Maven project. File new other, import as a Maven project. Maven Existing Maven project. Okay. I will use my Eclipse IDE. It's not a problem. What is the problem? This way it is behaving. Import existing Maven project. No. Okay. I want stop for some time. Use this as this one. Okay. Meanwhile, right, I will explain theory. So now what happened? By default, Spring Boot will support only one data source. But by default, Spring Boot will support only one data source. Object will be provided with auto configuration. But as part of our application requirement, as part of our application requirement, if you want to connect to multiple database, okay, your application is connecting to DB, no, Oracle, okay, database one, and okay, your application is connecting to other database. At the time, what we required for this one data source object is required, for this another data source object is required. Understood, team? But your Spring Boot does not support multiple database. You have to write, if Spring Boot by default does not support multiple data sources, multiple data source or objects, we need to write, we need to do manual configuration. We need to write manual configuration. We need to write manual configuration. Manual configuration. How that manual configuration is there? At the rate bean. At the rate bean. So at the rate bean, I would explain to him practically. So in data source, first your application.properties file. Your application.properties file. You have to add two things. One is app.data source dot first URL. What is the DB URL here? Now app dot data source dot first username, app dot data source dot first password. Okay, app dot like that. If it is a second one, you have to give same for a second one also. Instead of wherever first is there, you should go for second. Wherever first is there, we should go for second. Should go for second. So like that you need to configure here. Here you will use Oracle database, connection. Here Oracle database, okay, driver class, Oracle database, all app dot data source dot first dot driver class. Use here Oracle driver class. Use here Oracle DB URL. Use here username. Use here what is the password. If you are connecting with MySQL driver class. Use here MySQL driver class. use here db url username and password, username and password team. Understood team? Now how to write this configuration file? How to write this configuration file? Here okay, requirement is how to configure multiple data sources. How to configure multiple data sources team. Next one team. Now here see, you have to write manual here configuration. Okay, instead of here you have already available here configuration public as multiple data source configuration. Only it is required whenever you are connecting with multiple data DB stream. Only it is whenever you are connecting with multiple DB stream. Good. Now that DB stuff is there. Okay. Now here see. So now okay, how to do it here? You have to give at the rate bean, at the rate bean, at the rate configuration on properties. If this configuration on property, what property? App dot data source dot first. If this property is present in your class path, data source to data source properties t. Return new data source properties. Now, so once it is done, what happened? Return new. Now you got the data source properties object to team. Now you got the data source properties object. Now you got the data source properties object. Hold first DB source details. This is used to first to database. I mean Oracle DB. If you use Oracle DB, Oracle database, data source details are available here. How it is available means now you should go for a next one. You should go for a next one. So here only you have data and source properties. You should go for same stuff. Here you have data source only here, but here it is first to data source. Now what happened here? Return. Here you have this object, right? New first to data source dot initialize. Initialize data source builder dot type of data source dot class dot build team. This will take care to create the data source object team. Once you got this data source object at the rate bean public JDBC template object return new JDBC template, it is first to data source object. Understood team? So same second one also you should write team. Same like okay, second one also you should write manually team. Same okay, second also you should write. I will show you now practically everything. Take this first example team Spring database connectivity. First example team Spring database connectivity team. If any doubts, okay, you can ask me now. Database connectivity team. Now here say I'm I'm adding in my pom.xml what dependency team. I'm adding in my pom.xml what dependencies. Spring Boot starter web. Web is for our okay, APIs and JDBC team. JDBC team. Okay, hope you are clear. Okay, everyone. If you are using the starter JDBC in my application.properties file, let us assume that these are not there. How to comment in properties file with hash team? Let us assume that these are not there. Now what happened? During your application startup only, build path, configure build path. Now here CT, run as MVN installed. It is IDE. It is there is no option is called okay, Spring Boot application here. It will not come okay shortcuts also here. If it is okay Eclipse IDE. Now okay, run as go to run as okay MVN installed. Whenever you start your Spring Boot application, run as Java application. CCT, what is error? Embedded database driver class for cannot determined cannot determined. Embedded database driver class for database type is none. If you want embedded database, please put supported one in the class path. If your database settings to be loaded from particular profile, you need to activate it. During our application startup only, it will throw the error team, because see how it happens. Oh, see, now it will start your Spring Boot application. Go to here, run as Spring Boot application. Tomcat port number is 80. It won't give any shortcuts team. I'm trying to give shortcuts, it won't give any shortcuts. Run as Java application. Run as Java application. Okay, now it's started. See what happened during your application startup. See what happened during your application startup. You have data source, your Spring Bean factories. You have data source. Hmm. Here is your data source team. Data source. Data source auto configuration. Data source, how the dispatcher servlet auto configuration. Similarly, data source auto configuration. See, at the rate conditional and class. Data source present in the class path. Embedded database is present in the class path. Enable configuration properties. Enable configuration properties, data source properties, at the rate conditional on missing bean. Where is your data source object create? See here, see here, please. At the rate conditional property, in your property prefix spring dot data source is present, then only create the data source object. It is taking internally Tomcat data source JMX. If this prefix is not there, if this prefix is not there, then okay, it won't create it. Understood, team? That is the reason. What is the main priority of at the rate conditional property? If this that's why during your application startup, if this property is not found, prefix is not found, it gave error. At the rate conditional property is used to if the property is okay existing in your properties file or not. If it is available, the data source object. Otherwise, don't create the data source object. Otherwise, don't create the data source object. Any questions, team? So now you can see you zero configurations, team. Zero in DAO. What I am doing? User DAO. Select simple query I am using from st underscore user where user ID is equal to get the query. All the user details will come. Okay, invoke that whatever okay, response you got it of the okay, user ID. I am bringing the username. Okay, if you give okay, user ID, it will give okay, username where you are calling this service DAO dot get username. Give the okay, user ID. Here you are calling this controller path variable. You pass the user ID, it will give username. That's it. I am using MySQL database st underscore user view table data team. I am using db ever team. It is a and open source. You can connect with almost all the databases using this new database. Using this you can connect to tool all dbs, and this tool will more friendly, and you can work. You can connect with postgres, mysql, mariadb, oracle, apache hive, most of the okay frequently used databases we can connect it to db ever. Okay, now how to connect? You choose anyone your db, mysql, db url, username and password you give. Why next command is working in my laptop? You should give username and password, team. Okay, that's it. Okay, team. Now next is good. Okay, now see, okay, very important now. So here I have a user details. Good, all good. Okay, next one, team. Okay, what is next one? Okay, next one is, please try to understand, team. I will run this one application. Already started your application. You will go for your postman. In a REST API, I would explain, team. HTTP localhost 80. What is the here port number? 2025 slash 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 user. In database, what is the okay, username? Okay, user ID 1234 in DB. Now it will give user ID. If you give, you will get username. See, have you written anywhere in your code all the configurations, team? You don't care about how the this okay, data source, this okay, JDBC template object also it would be created. Everything is magic here. Your Spring Boot will take care of everything. It will give at the end auto this JDBC template object. Everyone, are you clear, team? How to connect with using Spring Boot means you no need to write any code. Just in our properties file, you should focus on the properties file. You should focus on how to configure your data source details using auto configuration properties with the help of conditional annotation. Data source object and JDBC template object would be created in team. This named parameter in JDBC template is we have different templates are there. We have different templates are there. Using this template in our plain JDBC, you should go for statement, prepared statement, callable statement. Instead of you will write so much of code, you will give this Spring DAO module. Spring DAO module. They have given a concept is called Spring DAO module. They have given a concept is called JDBC template team. Using this JDBC template, you will take care to connect to your database. You are passing your query, you are passing your required user ID params and what is the response. Query means what is your debug SQL query. Params means input. It is an output team. What it will do internally, it will be using our SQL statement or PL SQL statement only. Query for object. Internal it will be using prepared statement only. Using prepared statement is equal to new prepared statement. Using C prepared statement only. Using prepared statement, it will connect to your database and get the data from the DB team. Instead of developer will write all this code, Spring has provided predefined templates to avoid the boilerplate code. Those templates will take care to connect to DB and get the response. Okay, got it. Let's see. Next is how to connect multiple data sources. So in my application dot properties, I have two DBs. One is here. Let's assume that Postgres here two schemas I am giving. Schema one is test. Schema two is ST. In our real time, let's assume that two databases it is. Now username same, password same. How to connect to two data sources means Spring Boot does not provided two data sources team. Spring Boot does not provide this two data sources team. Now to overcome these problems, you have to write manual configuration. How to write? I have explained manual configuration. See, for this one data source object, for this one data source object, at the rate configuration properties, if this key is present in the class path, create one data source. If present in the class path, and create another data source. Create another data source team. Now, if you see it here, first data source properties, app dot data source properties. You got this object. Whenever this statement will be executed, it will load all the properties of this first data source. Here data source, first data source dot initialize data source builder dot type of data source type dot build team. Please try to understand. So whenever this statement will be executed, first data source object would be created. This statement will be executed same like above one. Second data source object will be created. Simple thing. Now what we are doing, we are creating two JDBC template. At the rate auto wire, you are trying to get to first JDBC template. It will read which one? First data source one. This first data source will load which one? First data source properties. JDBC template of second DB. Second DB which load which one? Second data source. Second data source which load which one? Second data source properties file. Understood, team? So if any intros are asking, hey, can we connect multiple databases in Spring? Yes, you can connect. Can you write the skeleton? Yes, I can write. Unfortunately, by default, Spring Auto Configure feature does not support to provide multiple data source objects. So we have to write manual config. How to write manual configuration? Create, these are two configuration properties, two data source and inject their configuration properties to data source. Data source will be injected to JDBC template team. Understood? Now let's see. So how it is happening, team? Now how to connect to these two data source team. Now in our application, it is my DAO. See, at the rate qualifier, I want first JDBC template. At the rate qualifier, you want second data source template team. Okay. Now what happened here? If it is first data source test, first dot query means this object will be there. It will connect to the this DB, get the how many users count. It will go for a second DB team. It will connect to second DB. You have already card details are there in this DB. In this DB, okay, STDB, there is a table card details. Fine. It will give that output team. Simple, see. Only thing is you have to write more. So okay, interviews are asking team how to connect multiple data sources, multiple data bases using okay Spring Boot team. So then you would explain. Okay, you would explain. You have to configure. Okay, you have to configure multiple data sources team. You have to configure multiple data sources team. Okay, see now done. Okay, almost we have written team work everything. So then you need to know how to do this one. Okay, so that's it, team. Okay, now we'll see how to test this one. We'll see how to test configuration. Directly, I am calling DAO team. I don't want controller and all. Int count DAO dot first data source Spring application dot run application context dot get bean of this one team multiple data sources DAO dot first data source int count DAO dot second data sources int count. That's it. Every use case we are going to cover, team. Every use case, every use case, team. It is okay, you are responsible. You have to practice more during your okay all these use cases. You can keep all these okay, examples in your email. Whenever okay, real time any okay use case is there, quickly you should go there and you should okay try to okay, implement a team. Okay, that's it, team. Okay, team. Now what is the problem here? Default port number is 80. It is already available, no problem. Server dot port is equal all your server configuration is okay, available, team. Here if it is okay, external, okay, inside of the Tomcat. If it is internal, here only would be available. That's it. See, first DB count is equal to 3 and the second DB count is equal to this one team. Team, did you get it? How to connecting into single DB and multiple data DB. Every DB you need connection. Connection would be provided by the data source object. If you want 2 DB, I need two data source object. Unfortunately, Spring does not provide two data. Spring Boot default auto configure is not there. You have to configure. How to configure? Can you write the code, skeleton code? No problem. I will write. I need to create first two data to JDBC template. JDBC template what required? Data source is required. Data source of what is required, properties are required. Properties are given by here, properties are given by here. That's it. Understood? That's it. Okay, team. Now, next one is okay, important team. We are trying to use Spring Data JPA team. What is the Spring Data JPA? See, in our project development, in our real time, see, generally DAO layer is used to connecting to is used to communicate with database. Generally, DAO layer is used to communicate with database. DAO layer usually contains a lot of boilerplate code. That should be simplified in order to reduce the lot of boilerplate code team that should be simplified in order to reduce the number of lines of code and make the code reusable. Make the code reusable. You should go for JPA team. What this JPA will do, it will try to reduce team. Okay, it will try to reduce complete the main goal of this JPA is Spring Data JPA, not actual JPA. The main goal of Spring Data JPA is to avoid complete code, to avoid the complete code in DAO layer. That means Spring Data gives you a common way of working with. Okay, Spring Data has several modules. One of the module is called Spring Data JPA. Using this Spring Data JPA to avoid this complete code in DAO layer team. Okay. Instead of Spring Data, JPA has provided four interfaces. These interfaces will take care to connect to database and get the data, to connect to DB and required operations perform required operations. So developer no need to write single line code in DAO layer. No need to write single line code in DAO layer. Who will take care? Everything would be taken care by whom? Everything would be taken care by whom? Our Spring Data JPA team. How? There is a class is called repository. It is an interface team. It is an, it is an interface. So it is a root repository. It is an interface. This repository, you should have what is the input, what is the, so it is an input and output team. This is the root repository. Repository. This repository will extends so many other repositories team. This repository will extend so many other repository. Now, what are the repositories? Root repositories. Root repository. It is also interface team. This interface is extends. This interface is extends team. This interface would be extends with other interface team. Next one team, paging and sorting repository. Paging and sorting repository team. All are same input and output. Paging and sorting repositories team. Okay, all are interfaces only. Interface extends another interface. It is also extends team. Extends another interface team. Now we should give here. Next one is last one is JPA repositories team. So these are all common for SQL and no SQL databases, but only the JPA repository is specific to our SQL DB team. JPA repository, SQL for our, see here, we, we have each and every interface, each and every interface, we have some methods team. Each and every interface, we have some methods team. What methods are there we have? That will discuss team. Each and every method we have some interfaces. These interfaces will take care. These interfaces will take care. See, these methods will take care team. So what are the methods are available? If it is card, okay, if it is card repository, methods are save method. Code means forward, create, insert, delete and all. Find by method, find all method, delete by method, count method, and so on team. Whatever methods are available, it is extends, right? All are available here, but these methods are available here team. These methods are available here, not that. Okay, we'll show you practically. These methods are available here. This paging and sorting methods team, find all, comma, find all. Okay, that's it team. Okay, now here, depends upon the requirement. You would have this. Okay, so many will be their team. But the root interface is repository team. Okay, root interface is repository team. Repository will have some predefined methods. How to all this will work, now we'll see practically team how all this will work. Now we'll see, practically team. Okay, any see now here, how it works and all, now we'll see practically. So you don't need to write any class. So now here, how this one will be there, it will be running on based on your pozo class team. How you are going to configure your pozo is very very important. How you are configuring your pozo is important. We need to we need to use some annotations. We need to apply some annotations on entity on pozo class, so that it will so that jpa can convert result set object into java object java object and java object into java object into serialize java object into serialize db object to team. Okay, now java object into database serialize object. How it happens team, and what are the annotations means? First annotation is called entity. Next annotation is called at the rate table. Next annotation is called at the rate id. Next annotation is called at the rate column. I will explain all how it works on. Next annotation is called at the rate generated value. So these annotations team, these annotations you would apply automatically at your poser level team. Now we'll see how it works. Okay, now to implement Spring Data in JPA, we should add Spring Boot Starter JPA dependency in pom.xml. You should to implement Spring Data JPA. To implement Spring Data JPA, we should add Spring Boot Starter JPA dependency in pom.xml. And next one, add data source properties in application.properties file or YML file. That's it. That's it, team. It should work. That's it. Okay, it should work. Let us see. We are going to see okay, different of use cases. Case one, how to use predefined. Case one, no code in DAO. That is use predefined methods of JPA interfaces. Case two, case two, our own methods. Our own methods. Case 3, case 3, generated queries. We'll see team. Go to here. First one, Spring Data, Spring Boot, Spring Data. So this already we know. I am connecting into MySQL DB and all. Okay. What dependencies we are adding? Spring Starter Data JPA. It is a mandatory Spring Starter Data JPA is the mandatory team. Hope you are good, okay, everyone. Hope you are good, okay, everyone. Okay, next one team. Okay, next one. If you see here, flow maybe comes to your controller and flow will go to service. Service is not there, okay. Directly I am calling to repository. Have you seen any code is there inside of your repository team? Have you seen any code is there inside of the repository team? Please okay, respond team. You don't need to write any code if you go for Spring Data and JPA. It will try to avoid the complete code inside of the your DAO classes. Avoid the complete code of inside of your DAO classes. What it would be happened? Go for this JPA repository. Inside of the repository, you have a find all. You have a find all. So many methods are there. Your JPA repository. See, it will be extends. It will be okay. It will be extends paging and sorting repository. Go for your paging and sorting repository is an work interface. A interface can extend multiple interfaces. Go for these. Again, it is extending for what? Third repository. Again, it is extending for what? Basic repository. This repository, no values are there. Third repository, we have a save, we have save, we have find one, we have find all. I have written everything here. Save, find by, find all, count to delete by, all will be available here. Your paging and will be okay, extending of this one. Go for this okay, JPA okay, repository. Your class is extending JPA repository. You don't need to write any code here. Take your controller, but you have to remember, observe this. On top of your pozo, you should add entity, you should add table, you should add listener id, generated value here, each and every column. This column name, your table name should be same. User table, right? See, first underscore name. Here also you have first underscore name. Last underscore name. Here also you have last underscore name. Created at. Here also we have created at. Modified at. Here also we have modified at. This name you can give anything, but this annotation name, it will during your application, startup, it will take care, it will verifying this DB properties and this column properties is both are same or not. If it is not same, during your application startup only it will give error. If it is same, okay. Understood. Internally, your JPA will use reflections APIs. Your JPA will use internally reflections API. Those reflections API will take care the responsibility of internal. It will write some implementation classes. Instead of you will write your JPA will take care to write the DAO boilerplate of the code to connecting to the DB and get the data whatever you want. What as a developer, simple I will use. Go to my controller, If my controller you have anything, the code is there. If you controller see just okay, repository dot save, this data will be saved into database. Repository dot find all, it will get all the data from the DB. Repository dot find one, I want only one. See, that's it. You don't need to, okay, you don't need to write too much of coding. Okay, okay, you don't need to write okay too much of coding team. Understood team?
Sir,
Okay, now you,
in JPA repository, sir, it is in generic format registered. T comma ID is there.
yeah,
Sir, team instead of here user, we can use object class or anything.
here
User repository dot java file.
here sir, here it is an
Uh,
our any class you can give. You can't give object class.
okay,
Whatever the class which is okay required to mapping to
okay,
your
okay.
database. If table is
Hmm.
not there,
Hmm.
it will create the table again.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, in
Okay, if
controller
table is
class,
not there, it will create it
hmm.
again.
Okay, okay.
Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, in controller class, we are using a list of users retrieving functionality, sir.
Yeah.
Same case like we are saving multiple users in the database. So in log files, I'm in my project, I'm seeing multiple times insert query is running, sir.
Multiple times insert to query is running.
Yes, sir. Suppose 10 users is there, 10 insert
Okay.
queries.
Yes, it would be happen,
Uh,
right?
but in Oracle, we have one future note, sir. Just insert statement one time and remaining values, if you mention 10 times, within short, it will be insert.
So first we need to know what is my business requirement.
Okay.
Then we should talk. I mean, what is the business requirement? Every user one time inserting or every user multiple time inserting, what is the business requirement? Understood, sir. So save
Yeah,
will
okay.
not stop irrespective of the number of times. Save will not stop at all. Understood, sir. Yeah. Now here see how to use this one. Going here, run as Spring Boot. Run as Spring Boot team. Okay. Now all are good. What is happening? Port number same. Server dot port number 9094. Run as Java application. Now team, see if already data is there, how to get it? HTTP colon localhost. How to get all users means users. Go to your browser, localhost, users. What is my port number? Sorry, mapping. Sorry, here slash employee. See, I got all the employees. Have you written any code team in your repository? Just you are using predefined methods. Just you are using predefined methods and you are okay, trying to all the details. You want only one id, so it is given find by id. Internally what it will take, it will write the query like select star from users where your id is equal 123 something. Id means only one. Here okay, internally this method will write code like select star from users or okay, employee all details I want. Instead of you will write this boilerplate code, okay, instead of you will write this whole code, who is writing this code? Your Who will write the code? Your spring your spring data and jpa will write the code on behalf of the developers team. Jpa will write the code on behalf of the developers team. Okay, understood team here? Okay, now hey, I don't want to write this predefined okay repositories. I want my own team. I want my derived queries team. So you can write, it's not a problem. See, go for this okay, repository. It is by default will come. See now, here you have a standard team. Standard means you should give find by model, find by model. So at the back end, your Spring JPA will generate the query like this. You can't write A, B, C, X, Y, Z. You should start with find by only. Find by model. Find by model and manufacture. See, these methods are not there, right? Predefined methods are only, see, you know, okay, depends upon the requirements. It depends on the requirements. We can use, you can use predefined methods or our own, or our own methods, or our own methods. That means, so you can use predefined. If our, if our, if our, if our predefined methods, if our requirement is straightforward, like get the data and okay, update the data, remove the data like this straightforward, then we should go for, then we should go. If our requirement is straightforward, like get the data, update data and remove the data. Okay, remove the data team. So please concentrate. If our requirement is not okay, use custom methods. If our requirement is, our requirement is based on conditional. If our requirement is based on conditional team. If our requirement is based on conditional, like a conditional means for what? If our requirement is based on the conditional, like and or okay, at that time, so then you have to use our own methods using find by triple x methods. For example, find by id. I want find by id and name. I want record. So this kind of thing will not be there, right? Find by id or name. Understood? Where all is available team, you can write your own. See, find by username, user last, find by model containing. See what tables are available. You have device table and you have user table team. See, device table, and we have how to give your joins also, how to give your joins also. Beautiful concept. Find by model containing order in order by model ascending. Find by model containing order by descending. See, your internally I can show you how this internally will generate also. Find by user, last name, order by model means you are aggregating, you are applying joining user as well as you are applying model class of device. Okay, depends upon the requirement. We have to write these methods manually, team. But these method syntaxes should be understandable format. These method syntaxes should be understandable format by your JPA. You can't write your own ABC. You cannot write your own XYZ, team. Understood, team? Hey, sir, I don't want to give this. I don't know how to give. I will give ABC, okay, XYZ. No problem. You will give here, okay, ABC, XYZ. But using at the rate query, we will give proper query. No problem. Using at the rate query, you will give proper query. No problem. That's what I told here. One is you can use in three ways our own methods so that JPA will generate the queries. Now, third one is at the rate using at the rate query annotation. That's it, team. So now, if you don't know how to write this, no problem. You will write A, B, C, X, Y, Z, our own name. On top of the method, what query you want, you can give. If you know this, if developer don't know this, I don't know SQL and all, you have to know how to write as per this language so that your JPA will understand, team. Okay. Now, next one is, see this one. It depends upon the requirement. You should write all this stuff, team. Okay, depends upon the requirement. You should write all this stuff. Let's see. I would go here. See, team. Directly, I am calling from here. This we know, team. What is first one? Here is the device object. We'll check one by one, team. We'll check one by one. First one is, team, set device model. Go here. So I am using this one. I am passing this model number. I am using our own style. I will give number. Go for here. Here is my device table. I don't want to use predefined. Predefined I have already used in our device model. What is my model? iPhone 6 or Samsung model. I want update. iPhone 6 to iPhone 13. Now here's how to do application update. Set iPhone. What is the device ID? Device dot get ID. ID I am giving one here, iPhone 13. So let's see. Here I am preparing users or okay, devices. Both objects are there. Whenever it is okay required, we'll use them. First I want update. Set my model device. Okay, instead of using predefined, you are using our own update. Run as Java application. Error been creating with entity manager factory. Hibernate invocation init failed. No bean such entity balance. Okay, balance is not required. See, team device I have given entity table. User also I have given entity table, team. in okay device repository. Go for the application, run as Java application, run as Java application team. That's it. If you go your DB, see internally it will be using what query? Internally it will be using what query? See, you are giving set right, okay, inserting users and device okay, information. Are you using anywhere? Are you using anywhere set? Yeah, you are using here save, right? Save means for what? It is inserting. It is inserting. Save means for what? You are giving save users. You are giving okay device okay users means okay inserting device details in DB in database. Okay, inserting user details in database. Inserting user details into how to use user repository dot save of user device repository dot save of your device team. After now I want update model number is iPhone 13. Go here, view data. My device ID team. Why it is not updating? iPhone 13 I am giving. Refresh. See iPhone 13. See internally save what save means it will be like inserting. How this inserting will come in our application dot properties file? I have given. I want spring dot jpa dot show SQL is equal to true. It will show the generated SQL queries by spring data jpa. See here by default it is false. See these three queries will be executed. See here three queries will be executed. These three queries will be executed. Understood team? Okay, instead of you will write all, these three will be executed team. Hope it is clear team. Okay, next one team. What is the next one here? I will go to here. I will go to here. It's okay. One by one team. I am using now predefined. Here we can use device one, device one. Find by 1L means only I will get it iPhone okay, information team. Okay, run as see what is that? See only device one information I got it. That's it. Four queries. It is a find one means select a device ID only where condition is only one. Now if you see here where condition is only one. Okay. Now this is what how it is happened team. Understood team. Now like this all the methods team. All the methods. Find by model where condition. Find by model and manufacturer. Now you'll see some big query giants. Okay, we'll see this one team. List of okay, devices are device list is how this query will be generated team. Now we'll see the last one. It is a complex one, right? How your Spring data will understand. How your Spring data will understand. Last one team. It is applying compulsory joins here. It is applying here joins here. Let's see. Select user ID created. First name as no device is there here. Only user details. Device list is it is only one or find by okay only one only user details team. I want user last name order by this, but I want both model and user name order by there is the device and user, there is the device and user. Find by model name, find by model. Okay, so this is what team, how the we have seen here okay different okay use cases. First use case is how to use predefined Spring Data JPA provided methods. And a second use case team, you should use a second use case team. You should use your own methods using find by team. Third use case is you should use okay third use case is you should use on top of the method. You can use our own style team. Okay, understood team? Any questions team here? Okay, next use case is Spring Data JPA pagination team. See, from the backend, I will get all the records. From the backend, I will get all the records, but I don't want all the records. I want okay, I don't want all the okay records. Okay, depends upon the requirement. You can customize team. I want all the records in sorting. I want all the okay, records in I don't want all the records per page. I want only per page I want only few records. I don't want all. Okay, how to enable your paging and sorting team. See, first we'll see page. Find all means it will give all the records. It will give all the record. I don't want all the records. I want only few only. How to implement it? All these okay use cases okay dependencies as only Spring Data okay JPA only team. How to implement here? Go for your application dot properties 9095 or whatever it. Go to here, run as Java application. So how to use paging and pageable comma sorting, both will see. First use case only paging team. HTTP colon localhost 2025 slash 9095 slash you have devices. Now you should give page is equal to 1. I want one page. Size is equal to only two records I want. First page, two records I want. See, it gave only two records 0, 1, 2. Page 1, size 2. Content, 0th index. Okay, team. And next one is first index and okay, second index team. Size I want to. Okay, depends upon the requirement, you should use it to team. Okay, instead of it will give all, you should give this. I want these in sorting order team. Paging means you can pass which page you want, how many okay, records you want. Which page you want, how many okay, records you want to team. Okay, next one. I want sorting. Sorting means slash okay, devices slash short. I want to paging and how you want sort. How you want apply? I want apply sort by model name. Model. See, earlier M came first, ascending. Now it is iPhone came first. Okay, first iPhone came, next also iPhone, last okay, ignore T. Means it came in ascending order. It came in ascending order. But I don't want okay, ascending order. I want okay, descending order. ESC something descending. ASC means ascending order thing. You will give default iPhone ascending order. iPhone came, model iPhone 9 came, another model, okay, ignore case, another model. As of now, only two models only we have. Direction ASC, ascending, descending. See DESC, descending. See, if it is a descending means it got first model, next this data will come team. Understood team? So depends upon the requirement. So you should pass okay, instead of so spring data JPA has 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 provided has provided has provided pageable has provided pageable and sorting has provided pageable and sorting. Pageable has provided pageable and sort classes to filter the data to filter the data to filter the data, which will which will improve the application performance because of okay, reduce the network load. Okay, because of reduce the network load because of okay, reduce the network load team. Network use load team. It depends upon the requirement, you should apply it is pageable. It is apply both pageable and sorting. It is only pageable. It is pageable and sorting. Is it clear or any questions team? Please ask team. This is what about Spring Data JPA.